Unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of memes and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Pone Zone.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful.
This stream is made possible by viewers like you. Let's start the show. Good afternoon, folks. Hello, children of all ages. It is I, HeadshotH4rry. Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be playing a little bit of Minecraft. We're also going to be listening to some interesting podcasts. I will be posting links to these podcasts after the stream. Be sure to support all these guys. You can find everything I'm listening to on YouTube. Let's expand our consciousness. Let's open our minds. Let's broaden our horizons. Let's open up the iris. Let's step into unknown territory.
I could go for a twirl.
For the record, I will be using my League of Legends loadout.
Yep. That tasted purple.
Hello folks, welcome to my Minecraft world. This is Harry's World 1-1. This place is a magical place. It's unlike any Minecraft world you've ever seen. I promise. So, just a quick little synopsis of this world. I've been working on it since 2011. But there was a 10-year gap where I didn't touch this world. I thought I would never be able to play it again. Microsoft acquired Minecraft. They fixed the code. And now we're able to play old worlds. And that's where we are, folks. This is an old world, and I've brought it into the modern times. I don't know why there's these guys in here. But we're going to be working on this world, and we're going to be listening to some podcasts. I hope that you don't get too scared or worried. It's just information. It can't hurt you. Nothing put forth here is facts. I mean, I wouldn't say nothing. Let me retract. Let's just not worry about belief or not. Let's just hear. Let's just listen. All right? We'll decide about belief later on, but let's just hear the information first. So the first podcast that we're going to be listening to as we work on our beautiful Minecraft world is... Haha, that's nice. I like that. We're going to be listening to number one here, Ross Coulthart with NewsNation. Let's give it a go, Ross. This guy's the man. Check him out, NewsNation. They've been doing a good job. Is Ross Coulthart.
Hello,
Reality
and welcome
Check.
back to Reality Check. I'm your host, Ross Coulthart, and today we've got a story that I hope will address one of the biggest issues I get asked about the most on Reality Check. There are two things I often get asked. Did the Apollo lunar moon landings happen? Did they really land on the moon? And is there any evidence of artificial structures, bases on the moon? I'm going to let you guys be the judge after you hear today from Manali Max Derek Shani. He's a theoretical physicist and philosopher of physics with a PhD in the foundations of physics from Utrecht University in the Netherlands. He's previously worked as a postdoctoral fellow at Rutgers University, New Brunswick, and also Utrecht University. Currently, he's a senior science advisor to the CO2 Coalition, a fellow of the John Bell Institute for the Foundations of Physics, a member of the Foundational Questions Institute, a member of the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, and a member of the Society for Planetary SETI Research. His research interests span various aspects of quantum physics, general relativity, quantum gravity, statistical physics, philosophy of science, climate science, the scientific study of UAPs, and scientifically rigorous searches for extraterrestrial structures on the Moon and Mars. More about Mars later, but...
What do you think, guys? Do you guys think there's something on the Moon? I think there's something up with the Moon. Do I know what? I don't know. But I would like to know. I think it'd be good information to know that there's stuff on the Moon. I hope they tell us what's on the Moon.
Today, Max is talking to us about what he's found in NASA's own official photographs from the Moon. Dr. Max Derekshani, welcome to Reality Check.
Well, thank you for having me. It's an honor to be here.
So, Max, off the top, what's your view? Do you think that there are artificial structures on the Moon?
I would put that probability at greater than 50%, at least, if I'm being conservative, given the evidence that I've come across. So I think it's highly likely, and I think the evidence is strong enough that NASA or private aerospace companies should make a serious effort to search and retrieve certain structures or artifacts, apparent-looking artifacts.
Because one of the biggest explanations we get from NASA for what people say are artificial structures on the Moon is simply pareidolia, that we're seeing structured shapes that really aren't there. And often it's artifacts in the photography, it's just natural rock formations that happen to look right-angled. Are you sure that there are anomalous structures on the Moon?
All right, wait, pause. Pareidolia. Everyone needs to know this. The human brain creates faces out of nothing where there is no face. We all do this. This is natural to us to see faces and things. Those faces on Mars are bullshit. Okay? Don't go believe in everything you see on the internet. They're bullshit. You see it from a different angle, and it's just like, it's the shadows, it's all that stupid stuff. We see faces and everything. It's a natural thing that we do. It's called pareidolia.
I'm sure that there are anomalous structures in the sense that there are structures, many of them, that do not fit into the standard geological model or understanding of the Moon as a planetary body, and that fit many of the, I would say, criteria that SETI researchers have established for searching for or finding artificial structures on planetary surfaces.
Let's start off with what is, I think, the most recent example of an interesting scientific observation. There was an article in Nature journal, one of the most well-respected scientific journals in the world, the peer-reviewed journal Nature. It's going to be presented on the 12th of July by a guy called Matt Siegler from the Planetary Science Institute in Tucson, Arizona. And he's allegedly discovered extra heat coming out of the ground at a location on the Moon believed to be a long-dead volcano. What do you know about that?
Well, as you described it, his team have discovered that there is a formation on the backside or far side of the Moon.
All right. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I want to know. We have long since heard rumors that there's bases on the backside of the moon. But what good is a rumor to me? I'm not NASA, but guess what? We fund NASA. NASA is funded by our taxpayer money. They work for us. If they know something about the moon, they should have told us a long time ago.
That seems to be anomalously warmer than the rest of the lunar backside or far side by around 20-fold. The heat output of this particular region of around 20 kilometers is 20 times the heat output of the rest of the lunar backside.
And now, what explanation does he venture for what's causing that heat?
The explanation that he and his team have proposed is that there is a 50-kilometer wide block of granite deep below the lunar surface, below this particular heat anomaly, and that it is emanating this heat that's being detected from the lunar surface. But
now, is there any evidence of this block of granite, or is this an attempt to find a prosaic explanation for an anomalous report?
There's no direct evidence for this block of granite. It's invoked purely to try to explain in prosaic terms, as you said, this heat anomaly.
You almost killed him, you
I apologize.
stupid gun.
I'm using my League of Legends loadout, as you can see. That's gonna happen. Okay, I'm sorry. There's hotkeys that yeah, you get it.
And then there's the other one, which is, I think, the most interesting: the discovery of carbon nanotubes, a report that came out just a few days ago. Tell me about that.
Well, it seems that Chinese scientists from the Chinese Space Agency have discovered in soil on the lunar backside evidence of single-walled carbon nanotubes.
Okay. Pause. Carbon nanotubes are extremely small. How did they see these? And if this is true, why are carbon nanotubes on the frickin' moon? That is a synthetic material. That is made. That is fabricated. That I don't think that appears natural in nature at all.
Now, carbon
Here, I gotta turn that off. I'll turn it off right now.
Killed him, you stupid mother of God in heaven.
We're gonna see that a lot during this stream. Give me a second. I'm trying to turn that off. If I can find it, here we go. Yeah, there we go. I'll try to turn them off as they go off. I'm not trying to run my League of Legends assets right now. Here we go.
nanotubes can be produced in high temperature conditions on Earth or on other planetary bodies potentially. But what's unique here is that these carbon nanotubes are single walled, meaning their walls are one atom thick, yet the tubes themselves are vastly longer than a single atom.
One atom thick. Do you realize? Like, we've heard about carbon nanotubes before. They wanted to build a frickin' space elevator and use carbon nanotubes to tether the elevator into space. And it would be possible with carbon nanotubes. But we have, from the last that I've heard, that cannot produce that on a mass scale. Like, at the time this came out, the most we ever did make was like the width of a fingernail. So there would have to be an extreme breakthrough in material science involving carbon nanotubes, because they are extremely small. And to see like what he's saying right now, a long line
of carbon. And previously, in everyone's understanding of
I don't think it's us, is my point.
Carbon nanotubes, it was thought that carbon nanotubes with a single wall can only form under artificially prepared conditions, and they were never found in nature, naturally occurring on Earth or anywhere else.
That's what I thought.
This discovery. But what's interesting is that.
What do you mean? It's just a coincidence we find it on the moon. Come on, man. Don't be silly. That is a synthetic material, yo. As far as I know.
This Chinese team simply asserts without evidence that they formed naturally on the lunar backside.
Yeah.
under
No.
The conditions
Especially if that comes from China, fool.
of the lunar surface. But they never actually attempt to establish it with actual experimental tests.
Yeah. Not buying it.
So your point is that the explanation of an artificial origin might be just as plausible as a prosaic explanation that it was naturally formed.
Yes, absolutely. And there are two possibilities there, right? One is that the carbon nanotubes were single-walled nanotubes were put in there after they brought the soil back. In other words, it's not a legitimate discovery, but the other possibility is that they really were in the soil there, and if so, then the artificial hypothesis, the hypothesis that this is a techno-signature of some kind by an ET civilization, has to be taken seriously.
Okay, so that sets the scene for what I found when Max first showed me his imagery. Absolutely compelling. Max, over to you, sir. Let's start with, I think, your very impressive summary of your analysis of the lunar anomalies. Here we go.
So the term technosignature is the sort of fancy technical academic term for extraterrestrial artifacts or technology in or out of the solar system.
How did I turn this off? Oh, shoot. I forgot this is on a different...
Almost killed him, you stupid mother of God in heaven.
I love it. Here, I gotta find it real quick. All right, it turned off. I'm sorry.
And so I want to just address at a very top level why we might think that there could be technosignatures or extraterrestrial technology or artifacts on the moon in particular. And so to motivate this, I'd like to talk about Carl Sagan, because although Carl Sagan was well known as a skeptic of UFOlogy and UFOs in general, and he was also quite a critic of independent researchers considering the hypothesis that the face on Mars was an artificial landform, he himself in 1963 seriously considered the possibility that ET civilizations might have visited our solar system. And so he published this paper. Yes.
Particularly the backside of the moon, I notice. And just for the benefit of our audience who might not be aware, the backside of the moon, there is a far side of the moon which the Earth never gets to see. It never shows its face to the Earth. And it's quite unusual for a celestial satellite around the planet.
Exactly. That's exactly right. It's quite unique. And it was indeed one of the places that Sagan pointed to. One thing I should point out is that in this paper, he uses a certain famous equation called the Drake equation to try to estimate the number of advanced intelligent civilizations that likely exist in our galaxy, and then with some auxiliary or supporting assumptions to calculate how many times they probably have visited our solar system or even Earth itself over geological time, meaning around the timescale of 1 billion years in the past. And he came to the conclusion, based on his estimates, that around 10,000 visits over the past 1 billion years was likely. And he then pointed out that it's not out of the question that some artifacts of these visits from ETs over the past 1 billion years might still exist, and even some kind of base might be maintained within the solar system to provide continuity for later expeditions.
Maybe they left a few carbon nanotubes, Max.
Hey, that's entirely possible, and that's exactly the kind of thing that should be investigated. And yeah, indeed, the reason he suggests the moon as a reasonable place to put a base over Earth is because on Earth there's weathering, which erodes structures, and also maybe they the ETs want to be hidden or discreet, and they don't want interference or detection by the inhabitants of the Earth. So here he says it would be preferable not to put such a base on Earth's surface, but the moon is a reasonable alternative. And forthcoming high-resolution photographic reconnaissance of the moon from space vehicles, particularly of the backside, might bear these possibilities in mind. Note he said this in 1963, before any manned or even successful robotic missions to the moon by NASA were carried out. So he was already anticipating that this is something worth doing scientifically for NASA, and that there were sound scientific reasons for thinking that there probably could be ET artifacts on the moon, and in particular on its backside. But then that raises the question, what is the criteria, what are the signposts that we should look for to identify artificial structures or artifacts on the moon? And he actually addressed this in a 1975 paper of his called The Recognition of Extraterrestrial Intelligence for a conference held by the Royal Society. So a completely mainstream, serious conference considering these possibilities in 1975. And he notes that a general approach to the search or question of ET intelligence is, in searching for that, is to search for departures from thermodynamic equilibrium.
What does that mean?
What does that mean? Exactly. So the way he explains it is in this paper is he says, let's first imagine a photographic reconnaissance by an orbiter spacecraft of the Earth in reflected visible light. And let's imagine that we are geologically competent, but have no prior knowledge of the habitability of the Earth. So photography of the Earth at a range of surface resolutions down to 1 kilometer shows a great deal that's of geological and meteorological interest, but nothing at all of biological interest. So at 1 kilometer resolution, even with very high contrast, we don't see any signs of life, intelligent or otherwise, in Washington, London, Paris, Moscow, or Peking. But when the resolution is improved to about 100 meters, a few hundred photographs of 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers coverage are adequate to uncover terrestrial civilization. The patterns revealed at 100 meters resolution are the cultural and urban reworkings of the Earth's surface in rectangular arrays, which he says these patterns would be extremely difficult to understand on geological grounds, even on a highly faulted planet. Such rectangular arrays are clearly not a thermodynamic or mechanical equilibrium configuration of a planetary surface. So that's a fancy way of saying that geology does not produce rectangular arrays of structures on a planetary surface, or at least are highly unlikely to produce rectangular arrays of structures, especially structures that might be several or hundreds of meters or kilometers in length or diameter.
I think it's worth observing here, Max, that Carl Sagan's subsequent deep skepticism and debunking of extraterrestrial explanations is kind of at odds with what you're about to show us in this imagery, because, I mean, the point that you make in this imagery is quite well made. Just to give the audience a heads up, what you are going to see are rectangular shapes, rectangular patterns, structural, artificial-looking patterns on the lunar surface.
That's right. Exactly the kinds of examples that Sagan was referring to as departures from thermodynamic equilibrium, which would be signs or potential signs of ET intelligence. Now, Sagan admits that this is not a perfect criterion, and I admit that too. Nonetheless, artificial structures, if they exist, are highly likely to have these sorts of non-equilibrium, thermodynamically non-equilibrium configurations. And so it is a fairly reliable guide, and as we'll see, such structures do exist on the moon. Before we get there, this is an image on the left-hand side of an ancient fortress in Uzbekistan called Koy Krilgan Kala. And so notice on the left-hand side, this is an aerial shot of the fortress. Notice that at first sight, it might look like it could be an impact crater of some kind because of its circular shape. But if you look a little bit more closely, you see that it's unusually symmetrically circular. And it also has this circular depression surrounding it like a moat, and it's relatively uniform. And it stands out relative to the surrounding background terrain of this desert region. So if you moved in every direction, you would not see any sort of geometrical patterned structure like this. And sure enough, once excavated, it showed in all its glory, all of its intricate geometry and structure as an artificially built formation of some kind. And it was built actually over 2,000 years ago. So this is the kind of approach that we can take to the moon. We can look for geometrical structures or formations on the lunar surface that stand out as highly unusual compared to the surrounding background. And we can also look for energetic phenomena, heat phenomena that are, say, standing out unusually relative to the background of the lunar surface. Like you mentioned the example earlier of the heat anomaly on the lunar backside. That would be yet another example of a kind of thermodynamically non-equilibrium phenomenon that could point to some sort of technology. Now, you might say, before we get into that, wouldn't NASA have already done this and told us about its findings? If any of these structures existed, why hasn't NASA told us? Surely they would know. But it's worth noting that NASA's mandate from the very beginning, when it was created in 1958 through the National Aeronautics and Space Act, or just the Space Act for short, by Congress, establishes that NASA is closely overseen by the Department of Defense and the President and must aid both in securing the U.S. national security. And it says quite explicitly that NASA's discoveries and inventions in space exploration can be classified for any reasons of national security, either by the Department of Defense, the President, or the NASA administrator, who has to meet the concerns and interests of DoD and the President. Anyone can download the Space Act of 1958 and read the legislation for themselves at the NASA website. And just to show people so that they can see for themselves from the direct quotes from the act itself. Although NASA is initially referred to in Section 1 as a civilian agency for aeronautical and space activities sponsored by the US, it notes an exception. Except for activities peculiar to or primarily associated with the development of weapon systems, military operations, or the defense of the US. These shall be the responsibility of and shall be directed by the Department of Defense. And
I think Donald Trump's
Yes.
just recently reboosted that, hasn't he? I mean, he's actually declared. Some say it was because NASA had a problem with people threatening to strike, and so he made it a national security organization. But there's a lot of people from inside NASA who are questioning why the president made a sweeping statement only a few months ago that NASA was a national security organization, given the priority of essentially an intelligence service.
Yeah, I interpret that as essentially making what's already in the Space Act of 58 more explicit. Because indeed, there are a number of provisions in this Space Act that establish already that NASA has to be heavily involved in protecting U.S. national security. I mean, so for example, in the Act itself, it says the aeronautical and space activities of the U.S. shall be conducted by NASA so as to contribute materially to following objectives, one of which is the making available to agencies directly concerned with national defenses of discoveries that have military value or significance, and furnishing by such agencies to the civilian agency established to direct and control non-military space activities of information as to discoveries which have value or significance to that agency. So they're already joined at the hip, NASA and the Department of Defense, and in national security work. And continuing on.
That sets the scene. Essentially, national security dominates when it comes to NASA. They can keep things secret if it's national security sensitive.
Yes, and this act continues on establishing these interconnections, the oversight of NASA by the Secretary of State, Secretary of Defense, and all of the provisions that it has to provide effective cooperation between NASA and the DoD. And this goes on. NASA can even withhold information from Congress if it's classified for reasons of national security. The Space Act says that explicitly here in Section 4. There's a civilian military liaison committee that requires oversight of NASA's operations that involves the Department of Defense. Access to information by the public can be restricted. So NASA can classify information for reasons of national security as made explicit in this section. And again, all of this can be read and confirmed by anybody by just reading the relevant legislation. And most notably, perhaps, is in Section 7, the Act explicitly refers to NASA as a defense agency of the United States for the purpose of Chapter 17 of the U.S. Code. So, once we see this, we have to let go of the presumption that NASA would simply tell us as a space agency that's purely concerned with scientific research, any discovery of ET artifacts on the moon or anywhere else in the solar system. And someone might ask, well, why would it be a national security concern if such a discovery was made by NASA? Now, I think common sense just tells us that, of course, that could have a lot of implications for social stability and for military of the United States. Lots of reasons why that would be of national security concern. This is about the recent executive order from President Trump that determines NASA to have primary function of intelligence, counterintelligence, investigative work. But as we've said, it's essentially always been the case. But in terms of why it would be a national security concern, to say briefly, when NASA was created in 1958, it commissioned the year later, in 1959, a study by the Brookings Institution on the social, cultural, and political implications of discovering ET life in and out of the solar system. And it was published in 1960, this report, with this title, Proposed Studies on the Implications of Peaceful Space Activities for Human Affairs. And it's downloadable freely at the Brookings Institution website. This is the front page of it. And it's notable that it's worth noting some of the key excerpts from it. And Richard Hoagland nicely has a list of them on his Enterprise Mission website. One of them is that the report acknowledges that artifacts left at some point in time by ET life forms might possibly be discovered through our space activities on the Moon, Mars, or Venus. So here again, like Sagan, the Brookings report, commissioned by NASA, acknowledges that this is a very plausible thing that could happen that we need to be prepared for the results of, or the implications of. And one of those implications that it talks about is that is the implications of this for the stability or the survival of human civilization. So it notes that anthropological files contain many examples of societies sure of their place in the universe, which have disintegrated when they had to associate with previously unfamiliar societies, espousing different ideas and different life ways. Others that survive such an experience did so by paying the price of changes in values and attitudes and behavior. It notes among its recommendations how might such information and under what circumstances be presented to or withheld from the public and for what ends. It also notes that the fundamentalists and anti-science sects of the world are growing, and for them, the discovery of other life in the universe rather than any other space product would be electrifying. It also notes that scientists and engineers might be the most devastated by the discovery of relatively superior creatures, because these professions are strongly associated with the mastery of nature. And it continues on like this, but the bottom line is that even the New York Times in 1960, when the report was published, had a headline about it. December 15th, 1960. Mankind is warned to prepare for discovery of life in space. Brookings Institution report says Earth's civilization might topple if faced by a race of superior beings.
No, I
Discovery
think
of
that's a
life on
load
other
of...
worlds could cause it. Yeah.
What do you think of that claim, Max? I mean, I think that's a load of BS, don't you? I think the world is ready for a revelation about advanced non-human intelligence.
I think that certainly most of the world, or at least the Western world, is ready for that. I think back then in 1960, maybe there was a legitimate concern there, but I don't see any reason why it should be totally destabilizing to our civilization. But I can understand why they were concerned, at least at the time.
So I'm anxious to get to the meat, Max. Start
Yes.
showing me the evidence.
Yes. So there is this story about the NASA DoD Clementine mission. Would you like me to?
Yeah, please do. Yeah, I think
Go
this is
through
important.
Okay. Yes. So NASA and the Department of Defense, they collaborated actually in 1994 on a lunar mission. They sent a probe to the moon to take high-resolution digital images of the moon's surface, the entirety of the surface. It's not well known to the public, but this was in fact done. There are official documents establishing it was done. And the mission is known in the scientific community for having discovered ice on the moon's poles. And according to NASA and the DoD, through the official NASA website about the mission, the objective of the Clementine mission was to make scientific observations of the moon. And these observations included imaging at various wavelengths, laser ranging altimetry, charged particle measurements, for the purposes of assessing the surface mineralogy of the moon. However, one of the deputy managers of the Clementine mission, this man, Dr. John Brandenburg, contradicted the officially stated purposes of the mission. So in 2014, he was interviewed about the mission, and he made this statement. The Clementine mission was a photo reconnaissance mission, basically to check out if someone was building bases on the moon that we didn't know about, and were they expanding them. Brandenburg also says in this same interview, after the Clementine probe completed imaging of the lunar surface, the Department of Defense team examined the photographs and kept to themselves, and he and his colleagues were told not to interfere with them unless they had a special reason. So only the higher-ups from the Naval Research Lab went up there and examined the photographs. So after I saw this interview, I was intrigued, and I wrote to Dr. Brandenburg and asked why his statements contradicted the officially stated reasons for the Clementine mission, and whether or not he was ever allowed to see the high-resolution images returned. And he responded to me in March of last year, I have been firmly advised that I cannot comment further on the Clementine mission, except to say that it was very successful and accomplished its mission at the moon. I will also say that my role was as a deputy, one of several, to the mission manager concerning mission operations, but not image collection or analysis. And then he goes on to kind of joke about the idea of aliens on the lunar far side, and I'm sorry I cannot be of more assistance. Now, to me, that's a fairly
I should point out,
statement. Yes.
John Brandenburg, I mean, he's a controversial figure inside space science because he has stuck his neck out. I mean, for example, he recently predicted, I understand, that NASA would announce the existence of life on Mars sometime this year. And he's also pointed quite extensively to imagery not only on the moon, but also particularly on Mars, and suggested that there's evidence of a civilization that once existed on Mars's surface. So he's been taken on a bit by establishment science. I think we need to ensure that people recognise that, you know, in this field, Dr. Brandenburg is a controversial figure.
Absolutely. He is controversial, What's interesting to me, though, is that despite his controversy, nobody from the Clementine mission who is officially associated with it, nobody from NASA, nobody from the DoD ever contradicted his claims about the Clementine mission's objectives to check out if someone was building bases on the moon, ever since he made the claims. Usually when someone makes a controversial claim about NASA's goals and objectives, someone like James Oberg is trotted out to refute or challenge those claims. But this did not happen with Brandenburg.
Interesting. Okay, so we know that Clementine took these high-resolution images of the lunar surface.
Yes.
Cut to the quick. Has the public seen all of that high-resolution imagery?
No, the vast majority of it is not publicly available, only a handful, and most of them have blurred out large portions that are just oddly blurred out. So this is the website where you can find all of the publicly available Clementine imagery. These are the options. So anyone can go to this website and find the data here. But what's interesting is that these are just some examples I've taken from the lunar backside map of the Clementine mission. Notice these enormous portions of the map that are just blurred out, or this crater here with this square that's blurred out, or these large portions blurred out.
What explanation does NASA give for the blurring?
None whatsoever. The website back here just allows you to download the images, and this is all of the information available, and that's it. There's no explanation as to why large portions are blurred out in this way, one way or the other. And
could it be a could it be a photo artifact? Could it be a consequence of the technology that they used to stitch the photographs together? I mean, obviously it was a surveyor that was presumably orbiting the planet and scanning. Is the blurring a consequence of the way the photos were stitched together?
I don't see why that would be the case. And if it was the case, I would expect that NASA would say something like that, because these blurred out regions are very common across the near side and backside maps. And
I mean, this is amazing. I mean, it's removing all of the detail below that blurring, isn't it?
Yeah, right. You can't see anything at all. And it would be a simple way to dispel any sort of concerns about hiding data deliberately if NASA wanted to avoid those questions or criticisms, but they don't do that. They just post these maps with these blurred out portions and don't say anything further. But what's interesting is that, and also the resolution of these maps is not very good, I should say. The best resolution is about 0.5 kilometer per pixel to 1 kilometer per pixel. So not high resolution at all. They have much higher resolution images, but they only release a handful of them to the public, like these. There's maybe no more than 5 of these, as recently as at least 2019. Mm-hmm.
So they've used themselves much higher resolution imagery from the Clementine mission, but the public, which paid for it presumably, isn't allowed to see that high resolution imagery.
Right. Or if it's available somewhere, you have to access some very special software to open those images, but that software is not readily available to the general public.
That's sick.
One would think, though.
That's sick. He's talking about encoded software, like what's the word I'm looking for?
So that these images ought to be freely available and easily accessible.
So they have encoded software. That's pretty cool, man, that they're not just sending these through emails. Good job.
The public and the scientific community, yet they are not. Only a handful of cherry-picked select few.
All right, 1 second. I'm going to take a pause real quick. I probably should have started off the stream with this. This is the newest addition to my park. I envisioned this, and now it's a reality. And it is one of the greatest things I made here because it is real. This is a real challenge, folks. As you can see, this was inspired by Mega Man and Contra for the Nintendo. They are some of the hardest games ever made. And I wanted to make a jump park that was actually like, it starts off easy and gets gradually harder. But that's also not even accurate. It starts off hard. Like, if you think you're gonna fly through this, you are sadly mistaken. I really did a good job of making like an original jump park. I would call it a jump level, but I'll try to do it one time. I've never done it one time all the way through. If I did, it'd be a freaking miracle. It's really hard, and I'm not just saying that. So I'll try my best to get through it, just so you can see what it's like. But I'm going to continue the podcast here.
These three. So perhaps the Clementine mission was an instance of the Space Act and the Brookings Report in action. At least that's something that I think should be seriously considered. So we've already talked about the Compton-Belkovich heat anomaly, so I'll probably skip that discussion because we've already seen an example. That's one example. But this is a 3D digital map that NASA created after the Clementine mission through images of the moon returned from the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, which NASA sent to the moon in 2009. So they created this 3D map of the moon that the public can access, built from these images taken of the lunar surface by this orbiter. Now you might ask, why should we trust this map?
Holy crap, I just did the two hardest jumps in the first try. I've never done both of them back to back. I think I could make it through the first try. If I could cinch this part, I've done it in the first try. I've never done this in the first try.
Why should we trust that it would show any sort of anomalies or ET artifacts if they exist, or alien bases on the moon if they exist, given that you've just told us that NASA has incentives to withhold any such discovery from us through the Space Act, Brookings Report, and so on and so forth? Well, one reason is that maybe they missed something in their previous analyses. Maybe they maybe they just made mistakes, or maybe there are whistleblowers at NASA that leave certain anomalies still in the photographs. So it's still worth looking just to be sure. And so the first place that I want to take us is a crater on the backside of the moon called Paracelsus C. And just to give you a sense of scale, the diameter of this crater is about 15 miles across, so quite large. And what I want to do here, if it's possible to do it with this, is to gradually zoom in to this portion of the crater. All right, here we are.
Whoa, okay. So I see two very high structures. Now, let me give you the mainstream scientific claim. They say many of these so-called structures on the moon are pareidolia, which is seeing meaningful shapes in noisy, ambiguous imagery. That doesn't look like very noisy, ambiguous imagery. It looks
Pareidolia. Everyone needs to know this.
pretty categorical to me. They talk about image artifacts, grains in the film, scan noise, compression, dust scratches, processing or over-zooming. I don't know whether it's valid there. The other one that I think might be valid is illumination geometry. Long shadows, low sun angles, foreshortening. They make ridges and crater rims look rectilinear. How tall are these, how does one say this, objects on the surface of Paracelsus C?
Yeah, so the
God damn
top
it.
object and the bottom one have been calculated by colleagues of mine at the Society for Planetary SETI Research to be about 30 meters in height. And in terms of length, this structure is around 129 meters in length, and this structure around 80 meters in length. And this right-angled object structure is obviously shorter and not as tall, but it is still quite large. So these are building-sized structures, for sure, in this crater that's 15 miles across. And all three of these are completely unlike anything else for hundreds of kilometers in every direction.
So when you say right-angled, how sure are you that that's a right angle? Could that be some kind of photo artifact that's making it look like a right angle?
Well, one way we can test for that possibility is we can upscale or amplify this image using state-of-the-art image upscaling software using machine learning and large language models. So one such software is known as Topaz Labs Gigapixel, which is used also by NASA to upscale some of its planetary imagery.
Gosh, this hard.
And
this
so
is
if we
so
apply
hard.
that software to upscale this particular image, this is the result. This was done by a colleague of mine named Jean Ward, who investigates Mars anomalies. And then I checked and confirmed that this was indeed the upscaling result by an independent upscaling. And so if we zoom in on this, we find that the upscaling procedure reproduces the right-angled structure. In fact, it makes it look even more prominently right-angled.
I told you this is hard. I designed this to be challenging, and it really is. I've never done it in the first try. This jump is the hardest, and it's followed by the second hardest jump. So good luck, anyone who tries this.
Not only that, but the top structure looks even more geometrically ordered, more geometrical than it did. Here's a T-shaped structure, little legs, a very straight top, and again, very, very unusually right-angled here. And then, of course, this structure is quite long and narrow and also has a straight edge, which we can see from this shadow that it's casting on the surface.
I mean,
So
that is
the
definitely...
state-of-the-art upscaling. Yeah,
It's very definitely a right angle there, isn't it?
very, very much so, yes. And I want to emphasize to people that on the moon, the only form of significant erosion there is micrometeorites bombarding the surface from all directions. There's no atmosphere, so there's no wind erosion. There are no plate tectonics, so that's not going to change landforms in any significant way. The only erosion here is micrometeorites bombarding and eroding gradually structures little by little. And so if these are supposed to be naturally forming structures, then the hypothesis would have to be that some sort of clump of rock or mound of rock was gradually eroded by micrometeorites into a right-angled structure here, and then these geometrically ordered structures that are completely unlike anything else in the surrounding terrain for hundreds of kilometers in every direction. Physically, statistically speaking, that is astronomically improbable. And so I don't think that explanation holds up as
What
a
does
natural
NASA-
geological explanation.
What does NASA say, if anything, about this object in the crater of Paracelsus C?
NASA has never commented on these structures in one way or the other. As far as I know, they're not even aware that these structures exist, or at least publicly they've never said anything. Though my colleagues at the SPSR published their analysis of these structures in 2015. So they've been in the literature for quite some time now. And one would think that, or 2016 rather, still one would think that they would eventually say something about them. but that has not been the case. And
So why?
Yes.
I mean, I would have thought if you were NASA and you've got obviously what look like rectilinear structures on the surface of the moon, I would have thought that if there is a prosaic explanation, you'd give it.
I would think so too. But that suggests to me that either they don't have one, but they don't want to come out and say that, and they're not sure how to explain them, or they strongly suspect that these are artificial structures, and because of the Space Act and its provisions, they're not allowed to say that to the public. They're just following a policy of don't ask, don't tell, or something like that.
I guess we have to be careful of non-falsifiable cover-up in the sense that absence of confirmation is not proof of suppression. You know, there may be reasons why NASA hasn't responded. I mean, they've just had their library taken off them, so maybe they're not resourced to be able to give this kind of response to the public. But I think we'll be asking them from NewsNation and see what they say. I mean, that certainly looks like an anomalous-looking structural object on the moon, but I'm not a scientist. Maybe things like that can occur naturally. I just don't know.
Yeah. Well, one way we can also assess this hypothesis, this possibility, this notion that the question is as to whether or not these could be artificial or natural is through certain algorithms that image specialists have developed decades ago. One of the properties of natural land formations is that they are highly self-similar. They have a property called fractalness, or fractal properties.
I can't do it.
But artificially constructed structures, at least man-made artificial structures, have low degrees of fractalness, or low fractal quality. And you can mathematically model the fractal properties of an object or structure. And that's been done since the 1980s or so. And so
I told you it's freaking hard, dude.
You freaking bricks!
It's hard.
What will you learn? What will you learn? That your actions have consequences!
It just gets even harder, though.
imaging specialists who've developed this algorithm in the past have applied it to various satellite images of the Earth and to identify artificial structures versus natural structures and formations on Earth. It turns out this software is about 80% accurate or so in identifying such artificial structures versus natural structures on Earth. So if we apply that same software, and let me just give you an illustration. This is an image, a satellite image on the left of some roads, natural hills and grass, and then buildings. And the algorithm, the software says that the less fractal the objects, the brighter they'll be. And the more fractal, the darker they'll be. And so the algorithm correctly identifies the buildings and the roads as the brightest or least fractal structures in this image. Now, very same software to that NASA photograph of the structures in Paracelsus C on the backside of the moon, that same algorithm identifies the Paracelsus C structures as well as the very bright mounds as the least fractal by far in a region of about, if I remember correctly, 507 square kilometers, this image. So that's a sort of mathematical way you can estimate the likelihood that these structures are artificial. Essentially, it tells you that there's a very high probability that they are artificial, if artificial structures on Earth are any indication.
So, to cut to the quick, there is a very high probability that those structures on the moon, on the surface of Paracelsus C, a crater on the far side of the moon, are artificial structures.
Yes, I think that's a fair conclusion to draw.
Wow. Okay. That's fascinating.
Yeah, and it's not just those. Perhaps it's worth
No.
perhaps it's worth also showing the audience some images of the heat anomaly on the lunar backside, which we talked about earlier, the Compton-Belkovich heat anomaly. So this is an official NASA image series showing. So this is the backside of the moon, and it shows.
Do you see how freaking hard this is, dude?
What will you learn? What will you learn? That your actions have consequences!
Yo, I made this to be hard. That was the whole point. Good luck, dude. If you guys ever get to play this, you will. Good luck on this shit. I made it hard, dude.
It's the temperature of the backside. But there's this little spot here on the backside, which is just all by itself, and it is significantly brighter than the rest, which is very blue. And it's between two ancient craters, Belkovich and Compton. And in this zoomed in image, it's hot red, according to this scale. And then this is a further zoom in of the structure. This is another view of it. So there it's just standing out as significantly warmer than the rest of the lunar far side or backside. It has about 20 times the heat emitted as the rest of the lunar backside. And there are other anomalies. It's highly reflective. It has a glass coating. And it turns out from the cratering of the formation, it turns out to be significantly younger than the surrounding lunar backside formations. These craters are estimated to be 3 billion years old, but based on the cratering of the heat anomaly region, it turns out to be only a few 100 million years old. So it's another example of a structure that's a formation that's highly anomalous. And out of equilibrium.
Is there a high-resolution lunar orbiter scan image of that particular area that we can look at that gives us some answers?
Yes, there is. So the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter image, I took this earlier today in the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter quick map. So I zoomed in to a certain scale, and this is about 5 kilometers length. So this is the formation. And you can see that it's significantly brighter and wider because it's reflecting sunlight significantly more than the surrounding terrain. So this is an instance of one of the photographs that can be publicly accessed and downloaded of the anomaly. This is not the best resolution. You can zoom in much more closely, but this shows how much brighter, unusually brighter it is relative to the surrounding terrain.
So just explain to a bear with a very small brain, can you explain to me why is it more reflective? What explanation do they give prosaically for why it would be more reflective?
Well, they don't really know. NASA scientists, so all of these are links to the research papers by NASA scientists, and they just have determined that because of the anomalous reflectivity, they must be coated with glass. So something or some sort of phenomenon occurred however long ago, maybe hundreds of millions of years ago, that glassified the surface where this heat anomaly is occurring. Or maybe the heat source below it glassified the surface, whatever the heat source really is. Okay, so this is another Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter image strip. This is also on the backside of the moon. This is an image of a crater called DeForest crater, about 55 miles across. So quite large, or probably, I don't know, a very large crater, let's just put it that way. And we can actually zoom in on it in this gigapan made by a lunar anomalies researcher named Keith Laney. He conveniently processed this image and then put it on gigapan. So anyone can go to this website and find this image and then zoom in anywhere on it conveniently. And so the first thing I want to do is to zoom in on this perch of this crater.
Before
Yes.
you do, Max, that looks uncannily like an open-cut mine.
It does, yes. And this terracing is acknowledged even by lunar geologists as highly unusual, and they've come up with all kinds of post hoc explanations as to how this terracing might have formed to make it look like a mine. They talk about things like gravitational slumping of material after the asteroid bombarded this and ejected material. And they try to come up with various models as to how the slumping might produce this seemingly relatively uniform terracing. But all of it strikes me as relatively ad hoc. So I would take that with a grain of salt. Their models in particular.
So what's this called, this one? Deforest.
Deforest, yes. So this is an oblique view of Deforest crater. And we're going to zoom in first on this perch.
What the
And
heck?
note in particular this wishbone-shaped structure. And I should say I first learned about this crater and these anomalies from Richard Hoagland. So I credit him for pointing me to this crater. But notice this wishbone-shaped structure. And you can actually calculate from the NASA image details, the LRO image details, the height or the approximate height of this structure. And it turns out to be about 1/2 to 2/3 the height of the Eiffel Tower. So essentially the height of a small skyscraper. And again, given that there is no weathering on the moon, there's no tectonic activity on the moon, there's no water on the moon, so there's no wind erosion, water erosion, there's no geological erosion, there is just micrometeorite bombardment. So if one were to say that this is merely a naturally forming structure, one would have to say that meteoric bombardment molded or eroded some sort of a rock or formation into this wishbone-shaped structure with the height of a small skyscraper or so.
Is there anything? Is there any other anomaly like that that's been recorded anywhere else on the moon?
Not like this particular shape and size. There are in this crater other anomalous structures, I would say. For example, if we go to the left on this perch, we have a series of, judging by the shadows here,
Very high.
very high and conical shaped structures. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4 of them almost in a row, almost equally spaced. Notice this one seems to have legs of some kind. And again, a conical or pyramidal type conical structure. And this smaller one here. And again, if these are just naturally formed from meteoric bombardment, then the hypothesis would have to be that micrometeorites randomly bombarding some sort of an irregular rock sculpted these conical or pyramidal shaped structures at heights comparable to small skyscrapers over the course of millions of years or something.
Has there been any official explanation or any attempt to scientifically or prosaically explain these objects?
No, the closest that I've seen to that is a planetary scientist colleague of mine named Doug Buettner at the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies. And he simply suggests that, that structures like these might just be the result of some sort of tectonic activity billions of years ago that pushed up some rock from from below the moon's surface in this crater, and then they just happen to have these pointy geometries. But again, that strikes me as rather ad hoc. And again, these structures are ordered next to each other in almost a line. And they do exhibit, as you can see from the shadows, unusually sharp edges. Another colleague of mine did suggest the possibility that maybe these are formed by processes, geological processes, similar to the processes that form spires in the American Southwest, in particular in places like Scottsdale, Arizona.
Sure.
So there are these spires made of granite that are quite tall, the sizes of the heights of small skyscrapers. And so that might be one possibility. One of them is called Pinnacle Peak. Now, I've consulted various geology sources about the geological mechanisms that produced Pinnacle Peak. And I had an interesting discussion with SuperGrok, as well as with ChatGPT, about Pinnacle Peak. And it notes that it's a granite summit that was formed as part of broader tectonic activity in the region, and that over subsequent geological time, uplift, faulting, and erosion and weathering exposed the resistant granite and sculpted it into its current spire-like shape, rising about 600 feet above the ground, above the desert floor. But then I asked these LLMs, could formations similar to Pinnacle Peak form on the moon? Have lunar geologists identified any such similar formations on the moon? And if so, what are their names and where are they? And both SuperGrok and ChatGPT gave the exact same answer. Formations similar to Pinnacle Peak, a granite peak formed from ancient igneous intrusions and sculpted by prolonged erosion, could not form on the moon. The moon's geological history and environment differ fundamentally from the Earth's. It lacks active plate tectonics, has extremely limited water, which is essential for forming water-bearing magmas that produce granite on Earth, and experiences no significant atmospheric or hydrological or water-based weathering to erode and expose rock into tall, spire-like pinnacles. Instead, lunar erosion primarily involves micrometeorite bombardment, to much lesser extent solar wind, and mostly creates a fine regolith layer rather than carving distinct peaks from resistant rock. And lunar geologists have not identified any formations similar to Pinnacle Peak on the moon. Even though rare granitic material has been detected in small samples, nothing like that has been detected before. And then it refers to the Compton-Belkovich hypothesis as speculation.
I think we can accept that you've shown us so far two interesting anomalies. There's still, I have to admit, a question in my mind. Could these be in some way naturally formed? Are there more?
Yeah. So in this particular crater, there are other structures that I would say look geologically anomalous in formation. Nothing quite as striking to me as these two in particular. But one further analysis or test that can be done to evaluate quantitatively or more objectively how likely it is that these structures are anomalous is to apply that fractal analysis algorithm or software that I mentioned earlier that was applied to the structures in Paracelsus C. So that's something that is ongoing and something that I plan to do. But in terms of other anomalous structures on the moon's surface, there are more that are, certainly worth talking about and discussing. For this particular discussion or presentation, these were the three sets: Paracelsus C, this, and the Compton-Belkovich anomaly that I mentioned as like the three primary examples to highlight. But there are other anomalies on the moon that are instances of non-equilibrium phenomena. So one thing I can do is to switch out of this And this too.
You're doing great so far, Max. Thank you for your patience, and we're getting there.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
So the lunar horizon glow. Oh, this is interesting.
Yes. So remember, Sagan talked about a general approach to finding ET artifacts is to look for phenomena that are out of thermodynamic equilibrium. Well, lights shining on the lunar surface are clearly an example of out of equilibrium phenomena on the moon's surface. And in particular, there's a phenomenon called lunar horizon glow. It was first seen by the Surveyor robotic probes sent by NASA to the moon in the 1960s. The images on the right here show the images from Surveyor 6 and Surveyor 7. And what you're looking at here is a black and white TV Vidicon camera image of the horizon of the moon after the sun has set below the horizon. So you're seeing a dome of light here on the horizon after the sun has set below, about 2 hours or a few hours after the sun has set below the moon's horizon. And yet you're seeing this dome-like glow and then these beads of bright light on the rim of the moon's horizon. And here on Surveyor 7, it was also seen. And in the other Surveyor missions, it was also seen as well. And these lights were so bright that they actually overexposed the Vidicon cameras that were used to image them. Not only that, but astronauts, the Apollo astronauts, in particular the Apollo 17 astronauts, saw very similar but much higher scale lunar horizon glow phenomena. On Apollo 17, while orbiting the side of the moon that was in total darkness, on the night side of the moon, they were about 100 kilometers high in orbit. And as they were approaching the day side of the moon, so before the sun had set over the moon's horizon, they saw this hump of glowing light forming and getting bigger and brighter. And then they saw this smaller dome of light forming on top of that one, this blue line. And then they saw these beams of light emanating from the horizon, the surface of the moon at the horizon, at the edge between day side and night side. And they were seemingly equally spaced. And these are the actual sketches, by the way, made by the Apollo 17 commander, Eugene Cernan. And as they approached sunrise, a few seconds before, these streamers, they called them, became so bright that they outshone the background dome-like glows. And to give you a sense of scale here, the height of this blue dome hugging the horizon that was observed was calculated by the astronauts and later NASA scientists to be on the order of 6 miles high. And then these streamers were calculated to reach a peak height of about 75 miles or 120 kilometers, so exceeding the altitude of the spacecraft while in orbit. And they saw this with their naked eyes, all 3 astronauts.
Let me venture a possible Roscoe prosaic explanation here. I mean, we all hear about moon dust. Could it not be dust hanging in the very small moon atmosphere, which is reflecting the light caused by the descended sun that's behind the moon?
That was NASA's leading hypothesis starting in at least 1974. And this is one of their papers about the Apollo 17 observations, and it's titled to imply exactly what you just suggested, evidence of a high altitude distribution of dust. The basic idea they had in mind is that the ultraviolet rays of the sun at the boundary between day side and night side electrically charges the lunar dust, and then the electric fields produced cause the dust to levitate, or in some cases even shoot up into these fountains of dust, hundreds of kilometers high. And then that dust, which is made
sounds good to me, Max. Is that case closed? Can we resolve this one? Do you think it's an explanation that works?
I do not think it's an explanation that works. And actually, not only me, but NASA also has concluded ever since that it's not an explanation that works. So in 2013, NASA sent a probe called LADEE to the moon to measure the dust population in the range where it was seen by the Apollo 17 astronauts, 3 kilometers to 250 kilometers above the surface of the moon. And it concluded that there was not nearly enough dust to produce any visible scattering of light. So here's NASA's own page about the LADEE mission and what it found.
So basically, NASA
Yes.
is essentially admitting that a more recent probe in 2013 couldn't find the dust that would explain what they sought to explain it away with all those years previously.
That's exactly correct. And not just that one probe, but laboratory studies were also done. I had some quotes from the research reports from those laboratory studies finding that the moon dust, when it gets electrically charged, it doesn't, the dust grains do not levitate into little particulates. What happens is the dust actually stays clumped together due to these chemical bonds that are much stronger than the electrical repulsive forces. And so the dust is too clumpy, too heavy, and the electric fields produced on the moon by UV radiation, solar wind, are not nearly strong enough. And in their own experiments, they did not see dust levitating at all, as was predicted. And so NASA's own conclusions by every one of their own scientific studies since at least 2011 is that this is not a viable mechanism for explaining the horizon glow phenomena that we saw.
So what is it?
Well, if it's not gas in the exosphere of the moon, because the moon has no appreciable atmosphere, and actually the paper that I showed you earlier from NASA, it explicitly says in the very beginning, there's not nearly enough gas to explain in the moon's exosphere to explain this effect. So that's why they consider the dust hypothesis. So if it's not gas and it's not dust, we are essentially out of natural geological mechanisms to explain this glow phenomena. So whatever is ejecting material or debris into the lunar sky, it would have to be, well, it couldn't be any natural process. So that's what leads us to think that it probably is an artificial process, or at least that has to be considered a leading hypothesis or one of the leading hypotheses.
And the intriguing thing, Max, is NASA must know that, mustn't they?
God, dude, this is
and yet
so
they don't
hard.
talk about it.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in their articles about lunar horizon glow for the general public, they present it as if lunar horizon glow is caused by levitating dust scattering sunlight.
But they know that's not correct.
But they know that's not correct by their own published work. So if one looks closely at their own literature, they're quite unambiguous about this in their own findings.
Okay, Max. Now you've twigged my curiosity. Are there more? Keep me fed.
Yes. Okay, so it wasn't just the Apollo astronauts in the 1970s that saw this lunar horizon glow phenomena. And it was seen by multiple missions,
so hard,
by the way.
dude. I can't
but it was also last year. So last year, NASA sent a probe in contract with Firefly Aerospace, a private aerospace contractor. This was called Blue Ghost Mission 1. They sent a probe to Mare Crisium, a Mare basin on the near side of the moon. And after sunset, after lunar sunset, on the final night of the mission, they imaged this lunar horizon glow. And notice a few things about this glow. First of all, this is the first time it was ever imaged in color. But secondly, first we can see that there's a very distinct green glow, not just above the horizon, but also on the foreground. Unusually green. And on the left-hand side, there's an orangish glow. And then on the right-hand side, it's a pinkish glow. It's almost like something is prismatically refracting and splitting the light that's coming from the sun that's below the horizon. So again, this is not the sun. This is some sort of medium above the horizon of the moon, kilometers above, that is scattering the sunlight coming from the sun below the horizon. And it's also producing this glow along the rim. And it's all green.
And your point is it's refracting light. It's acting like a prism.
Right. And not only that, but if we look closely at this pillar of light, you can see that there are these dome-like edges to the pillar, these dome-like layers to the pillar. In other words, there's geometry to this pillar of light, of glowing light. So whatever medium is refracting the light, if these images are reliable,
I got him.
whatever medium is refracting the light has apparently some geometry to it.
Are you suggesting that that might be some kind of translucent physical object?
That seems to be the hypothesis that's most consistent with what the image here shows. Because if it's dust, if it were dust, I think we've already ruled out that dust can explain this phenomenon. But even if it were dust, well, one other problem arises. Dust does not produce glows with a certain dome-like geometry or a layered dome-like geometry. Dust produces an incoherent glow.
Nor does it refract light like a prism.
Yeah, certainly not like this. And one of the reasons that NASA thought that dust is a good explanation is because lunar dust, about half of lunar dust, 50% of it is quartz. Quartz is essentially glass. So it's very good at scattering light and even refracting light. But if it's not dust, it has to be something glass-like, extending above the surface of the moon, and it has to have geometry. And so that leads us to some sort of glass-like physical structure. And this, by the way, is a hypothesis that goes back to Richard Hoagland, and Richard and I actually discovered these images and have discovered these anomalies. And this appears to be a hypothesis that is the most fitting with the data available. Now, I should mention that NASA and, Firefly Aerospace contracted a company called Redwire. Redwire built the cameras for them that took these images. Several months back, I contacted Mr. Michael Gold, who is one of the executives at Redwire Space, and I showed him these images, and he agreed they were anomalous. And then he arranged a meeting between myself and the Redwire Space camera team, and I showed the camera team these images. Now, the team suggested that the dome-like layering might be due to JPEG compression artifacts. And they suggested that maybe the green glow is due to some sort of calibration issue with the camera. And they said that the only way to be sure of that's not those things, is to look at the raw images, the unprocessed raw images that presumably were downlinked by NASA and Firefly Aerospace when they took these images. So we contacted we contacted Firefly Aerospace and asked them to send us the raw images. So the head of Redwire Space's camera team asked Firefly to do this. And she reported that she got the runaround for several months and eventually was told by the chief engineer of Firefly Aerospace that no raw imagery was downlinked during the lunar sunset or horizon glow. Even though this was the pinnacle of the mission, this was the peak of the mission, and NASA said that these images would be used to scientifically study the lunar horizon glow, no raw imaging was apparently downlinked. So the compression hypothesis of NASA of the camera team cannot be definitively ruled out.
And I
That
noticed
seems
she,
too
I
convenient to me.
I noticed she suggests that NASA should be asked for the raw metadata
Yes.
of those images.
Yes.
Has NASA provided that metadata?
So that's something that we're in the process of trying to find. We asked Firefly, and Firefly declined to send us the metadata or other non-public images from the mission because it was sold to NASA in a data sale. So now we have to try to get it from NASA. I'm not optimistic, though, that NASA will send it to us, especially now given its new designation as primarily a defense agency.
Can you just
It's
remind
worth
me
trying.
here, Max?
Yeah.
I'm being mischievous, of course, but who paid for this mission?
Well, yeah, the taxpayers. Yeah.
So
Billions of
why
dollars.
can't taxpayers, if there is nothing anomalous here, why can't taxpayers see the raw data, the raw metadata, and any imagery that NASA has? And presumably the Clementine mission would have rendered high-resolution images that have not yet been made available of this particular part of the moon.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. And I think it's absolutely worth posing this question to NASA more publicly. And we have a right to see these images and to see what they reveal exactly and to test these simple scientific hypotheses and to answer our questions. I mean, there are genuine anomalies here that if these images are reliable and showing what they appear to show, then what they're showing is something incredible. There should not be glass structures on the moon, glass domes on the moon refracting sunlight and producing prismatic colors of any kind.
And just to anticipate some critics, I know Richard Hoagland and
Yes.
another lunar anomalies expert, Ken Johnson, in their time, they've both been dismissed in a way that essentially contemptuously asserts that they are pseudoscientists, that they're seeding pareidolia, essentially imagery which isn't showing what they're saying it's showing. In this case, you've looked, haven't you, for scientific explanations, and there just aren't any. NASA's not able to provide you with one.
That's correct. I mean, the leading hypothesis for NASA for decades was levitating dust. And before that, it was, maybe exospheric gases. Both of those are ruled out, and NASA has not provided any sort of coherent alternative natural geological explanation. And if these images are accurate, then logic just leads us to the conclusion that it must be some sort of glass-like structure near Mare Crisium that's scattering the sunlight. It's just a logical deduction from the available evidence.
And NASA certainly hasn't provided any evidence to refute such an assertion.
Correct. At least none so far. If they have data to refute it, I would love to see it, and I'd be happy to accept it if it does refute that hypothesis.
And just to remind the American taxpayer, God bless you, you've paid for this. This is your mission. You funded this effort by NASA to find out an answer to a mystery, this anomaly on the lunar surface. Why should any data be kept from the public? If there's nothing to hide, let's have a look at it.
I agree. I absolutely agree. And the anomalies in these images go even further. It's not just the horizon glow that's anomalous, or for that matter, the green earth shine above that's anomalous. It's also the lighting of the foreground that's very anomalous. So one thing to notice is this Venetian blinds lighting effect. What's illuminating the lunar surface like this? Because the only light sources are the horizon glow far in the distance at the horizon, and then the earth shine right above it at the horizon, which is less bright. So there's no light source that could produce this Venetian blinds lighting effect.
What about a reflection from the earth shine? It looks high enough to at least cast that kind of light.
Oh, well, the earth shine is significantly less bright than sunlight, generally speaking, but also it should illuminate. If this were due to illumination from earth shine, then we should also expect illumination of this region here, and also of this region here, which is heavily shadowed. So it wouldn't
So
produce
what-
directed illumination in this sort of...
What do you surmise is producing that specific illumination of that Venetian blind effect on the lunar surface?
Yes. And maybe before I answer that question, but this will also help us answer that question. If we look closely at the rocks and boulders in this region, notice that not a single one is casting a shadow towards the camera. Now, one thing we know from basic photography, basic optics, is that objects cast shadows away from the light source that is shining on them. They cast shadows in the direction opposite of the light source. Yet not a single one of these boulders is casting a shadow in the direction of the camera, even though the only light sources are here and here.
Can you go into that dark patch? There are, dare I say, little objects there. Yeah. What are they?
Presumably they're rocks of some kind on the lunar surface or boulders, but it's hard to say beyond that. This almost looks like it's reflecting off of something reflective on the surface. It's presumably some type of lunar rock, but if they're anything like these lunar rocks, I mean, they're not... The puzzle is that if the light sources were coming from the horizon, at the horizon or above, then the shadows should be pointing towards us.
I understand.
Away from us. And so that means that whatever is casting this lighting is coming from behind the Blue Ghost lander, or from somehow above and behind it. That's the deduction we can make.
And was there any light source? Is there any? I mean, is it? It's not the sun, because we know the sun's down below the horizon of the moon. There is there a light source behind the lunar lander?
There should not be. This is the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter image of the location of the Blue Ghost lander, this arrow. And the direction it was pointing during the imaging of that glow was in this direction. All that's behind the Blue Ghost lander is 2 miles away, this mountain it's called Mons Lettre. And this is an image from the opposite side of where the horizon glow is imaged. So in the opposite direction. This is Mons Lettre. It's a very smooth, flat, rounded mountain 2 miles away or so from the lander. It is far too far away to reflect sunlight or reflect lunar horizon glow light and then cast a shadow, or to illuminate the foreground in the way that we see in this image. I would like to amplify how weird this is too. If we go a little bit further, notice this is a very, very bright light source at the center of the image, right? And we can also see these boulders and rocks sticking up from the foreground, right in front of it in the image. Here, 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 here. But none of them are casting shadows towards us, even though they're right in front of the central bright glow. That doesn't make sense optically at all. And again, there's nothing behind the lander. There's just this mountain 2 miles away. And to show you that there's something really anomalous here, again, this is an image of sunrise during the mission. So this was taken on an earlier day. So this is the sun above the horizon, illuminating the foreground. And if we look at the little rocks and boulders, they're all casting shadows towards us, towards the camera.
Away from the sun. Yeah.
Exactly, as we would expect. But for some reason, that's not happening at all in these images of the horizon glow. And it makes no sense optically, physically, geologically. So that is extremely anomalous. And I would also want to stress something else. So when I spoke to the Redwire Space Camera team of these anomalies, Their best explanation about the shadow and lighting anomalies, such as here, was that perhaps the lunar lander, the Blue Ghost lander, had floodlights equipped, which were shining on the lunar foreground and producing this illumination. So they agreed that the light source had to be coming from somehow above or behind the lander. So their best explanation was that it must be the floodlights that we gave to NASA and Firefly Aerospace to mount on the lander. But they said, we are not sure if they actually used them, so you should contact NASA and Firefly and ask them if they used the floodlights. So that's exactly what I did. I wrote to the lead project scientist for the Blue Ghost mission, for the NASA instruments used for the mission, Dr. Maria E. Banks. This is the email correspondence. And she confirmed that no floodlights were used during imaging of the sunset on March 16, 2025. So she confirmed that the Redwire Space Camera team's best explanation for the lighting and shadow anomalies is not valid. So there are no floodlights that can account for this, and that was Redwire's best explanation. The team that built these cameras that took these images, there's nothing behind the lander that could illuminate the foreground and produce those shadow anomalies. And boulders near the glow are not casting shadows towards us at all, which makes no sense. So we are stuck with seeming physical impossibilities. And what's very strange is that NASA and Firefly Aerospace have not commented on any of these anomalies publicly at all. Despite our inquiries, there's been no commentary, no discussion, no nothing. There's been nothing published about these lunar horizon glow images since March 16th, interestingly enough.
Manley, dare I ask, what's that little white dot between the two luminescent objects?
Good question. This is Venus. So you can actually check in a software program called Stellarium, what was the position of Venus in the lunar sky at this date and time that these images were taken, and it turns out to be right around here. So,
No!
yeah, Earth, Venus, and the horizon glow. And,
No! Stop!
yeah, and so these are some, I think, extremely prominent examples of non-equilibrium phenomena that are on the moon that are extremely anomalous.
Oh my
Which
god.
NASA can't explain.
Which NASA
That's why I
can't
never
explain,
did that.
and where we've ruled out all the remotely plausible natural geological explanations scientifically.
And more
so-
importantly, this is not pseudoscience, which is commonly the term that's directed at people like Richard Hoagland and Ken Johnson. There is a solid scientific basis for questioning what on earth are these anomalous features on the moon.
Exactly right. And I think that we have already, just from the images shown, plenty of evidence to justify NASA or some private aerospace company sending probes to examine these anomalies more closely. So we've already seen
Like they haven't.
lunar
Like they haven't. Like they don't know exactly what the fuck we're talking about.
horizon glow anomalies. On Apollo 8,
They just want more money, folks. That's what it's always about. But we don't see anything. Our taxpayers go. Our taxpaying money goes to this stuff. We fund NASA. We do. And we don't see anything from it. And yeah, that's got to change right now. That should have changed 50 years ago.
which was one of the lunar missions where the astronauts simply orbited the moon. They didn't land. On the final orbit of day 4 of the mission, 1968, they're on the far side of the moon in total darkness. So they're not yet in sunlight. And the astronauts, there's a part of the transcript of the mission, where the astronauts report seeing something strangely luminous on the lunar surface. And these transcripts were not released to the public until around 2022, and they were never mentioned to the public after the Apollo 8 crew returned. So this is the actual transcript. I took a screenshot of the relevant section. So here in the blue. So this background establishes that they were looking at the moon before they made this comment. Anders on board. There's a strange light down there. Borman, is it a bonfire? Anders replies, it might be campfires. And notice, 16 seconds pass, and then Lovell responds. Jim Lovell says, how does it look? Anders replies, I think you're going to be able to see it pretty soon. Lovell responds 7 seconds later, well, I'll put it in and wait for it. Borman, okay. And then they continue on. And, well, the exchange is rather puzzling. So
is there a picture of it?
Unfortunately not, no. There's just this cryptic correspondence. But what's interesting is Science Channel has this show called NASA's Unexplained Files, which talks about various anomalies in NASA data and missions. And they did an episode where they talked about this particular case. This was about 2-3 years ago, this episode. And they interviewed the prominent lunar and Apollo geologist, Peter Schultz at Brown University. And Schultz and also Al Worden said, yeah, they were talking about seeing some strange lights on the moon's surface. This is what they were talking about. And it's very strange that they talked about it as a bonfire or campfires. And we still don't know what was causing it. And it's a mystery, and we don't know. But there it is in the official NASA transcripts. Anyone can go to this link, find it for themselves, or they can watch this clip where astronaut Al Worden and also lunar geologist Pete Schultz talk about this very openly as a true mystery. But it's not just them. From the lunar surface itself, at least one astronaut reports seeing apparently reflective or luminous phenomena in the black lunar sky. So Alan Bean, who was the lunar module pilot of Apollo 12, was interviewed by Discover magazine in 1994. And he was asked a simple question that shouldn't have produced a strange answer. He was simply asked, what did the sky look like from the moon? And Bean responded, it looks like a shiny black. It doesn't look like Earth black at night. Up there, space has a real shiny look. It reminded me a little bit of patent leather shoes. And I kept asking myself as I looked at it, why does it seem so shiny? And then, oddly enough, he kind of contradicts this. He says, and probably it wasn't a shiny effect as much as it was a deep, clean, clear black, the absence of dust and moisture. But then years later, he writes an article. He becomes an artist, and then he makes paintings, and then he writes an article about his experiences on the moon. So on 1969...
Just ordered some thermal paste for the PC. Oh yeah, we're gonna get cool. Real cool.
Standing in the vastness of the moon's dusty landscape, Pete and I had that whole world to ourselves. And then later he says, I turned to put the earth and the sun behind me and looked up again out to infinity. The sky was as black and shiny as the patent leather shoes I wore to Sunday school as a boy. Later on, in an interview with The Guardian, the journalist who interviewed him says that he said on the phone that the black sky, as seen from the moon, was glossy like patent leather. And then in a book, his autobiography, Apollo, an eyewitness account by astronaut, explorer, artist, moonwalker Alan Bean. Bean recounts, he talks about a painting that he made of the Apollo 14 lunar module based on his recollections of what the moon looked like. And he says that the sky is painted just the way it looks up there, black, not a flat black, but a shiny patent leather black. I could not see stars while walking on the moon because the sun made the surface so bright that the irises of my eyes closed way down. So he actually gave us, we can actually see the painting that he was referring to because it's auctioned by Sotheby's. It was made in 1984. And this is the painting that he was talking about. And if we look closely at the black lunar sky, so this is the sun in the center. Notice how he draws debris, reflective debris in the lunar sky. And if we brighten the image a little bit, we can see more of it in the painting.
Wouldn't they be stars, Max?
Well, they wouldn't be stars because note he says in his description of this painting that I could not see stars in the sky. And he also says he painted it the way it looked up there, not a flat black, but a shiny patent leather black. I could not see stars because the sun made the surface so bright.
So when you say debris, are you being a bit mischievous? Are you suggesting that that's something anomalous in the sky?
Yes, because there shouldn't be any material or medium above the lunar surface scattering sunlight to produce reflective phenomena. It shouldn't produce any sort of shiny effect. There shouldn't be anything like glossiness along the lines of patent leather shoes, unless there's some sort of material or medium above the lunar sky that's scattering the sunlight to produce that effect, which is what Bean seems to be sort of drawing here.
So Alan Bean died, I think, in 2018. Do you think he was leaving us a message?
Some people have suggested that, and I think that's plausible because he keeps repeating this description of the sky as shiny and glossy like patent leather shoes over the years in many different places. And one thing we can ask ourselves is, if in fact whatever medium was above the lunar sky and producing this shiny black sky effect, it was clearly visible, bright enough that he could see it with his own eyes, whereas he couldn't see the stars. And in fact, stars do not show up in any of the Apollo photography because the cameras were designed to have very narrow apertures and exposure times of 1/250th of a second, far too short for stars to show up, or even for planets to show. So maybe we could even see an image of whatever debris or material that's reflective was producing the shiny, glossy effect that he was talking about in the Apollo 12 images.
This might be an opportune time for me to mention, in my own research for my book, In Plain Sight, I spoke to a very close personal friend of Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell, who flew the lunar module into the lunar surface for a moon landing.
Dude, this is fucking hard.
And I know
hard,
during
dude.
his lifetime, Edgar Mitchell publicly denied any knowledge of extraterrestrial evidence on the moon or anywhere. Privately, I tell the story in my book that he admitted...
When will you learn? When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
I can't even beat my own course, dude.
to my friend, the spaceman, as I call him, that there were blue lights that he perceived as structured objects that followed Apollo 14 all the way out from Earth to the moon, was surveilling Apollo 14 whilst on the moon, and followed them back. And indeed, some of those blue lights are captured in some of the Apollo 14 lunar imagery. Are you aware of this, Max? Do you know about that story?
I do know about that story. I learned it from your book. And what's interesting is there are photographs in NASA's own archives. There are actually a number of photographs of UAPs above the moon in the original NASA photographs and in the Apollo 14 photograph set. There is one particular photograph of Mitchell standing in the foreground and a couple of blue orbs floating above in the distance, above him in the black lunar sky.
Now, you don't have that.
Appear anywhere else.
You don't have that to hand. Do you have it to hand?
I actually, in fact, I do. So let's see. I believe it's 9301. Yeah. So this is Apollo frame AS 1466-9301.
An official NASA photograph.
An official NASA photograph. I downloaded this official photograph from the Lunar and Planetary Institute. This is an image archive that NASA manages, that's been managed for decades by NASA. So they scan and upload all kinds of Apollo photographs. And this is Mitchell in the foreground with his shadow. Notice that the sky is completely pitch black here. There's nothing except for a little bit of noise, and that's it. And this will pertain to your account, as we'll see soon. So first, if we brighten this image, few anomalous things show up. First, this highly reflective center in the black lunar sky. It's not clear why there should be any sort of differential or uneven reflection of sunlight if the sky has nothing in it. But there it is. And not only that, but we see this weird cutout or irregularity in the brightened image.
A
in the
blue
black lunar
light.
sky. And a bluish something, yeah. Now let's look at the very same image in another NASA archive. This one is managed by the Johnson Space Center and Arizona State University. It's the very same image, very same frame number. That's Mitchell. And look, right in the place where that irregularity is in the other photograph, we see a pair of blue orbs.
Oh, wow.
In the sky.
And that's exactly what Edgar Mitchell told my friend, the spaceman.
Right. And it appears actually in multiple of the Apollo 14 images. If we brighten this image, we see that there's also that uneven reflectivity, these weird light anomalies, and there are the bright orbs.
When Edgar Mitchell was asked by my friend why he
When will you learn that your actions have consequences?
never spoke about this during his lifetime,
Yes.
he looked at my friend and he said one word: treason.
I assume he was sworn to secrecy then, and to break that would be violating his his constitutional oath to protect U.S. national security, and that's why he said that.
So, Max, it's fair to say you have significantly whetted my appetite, and as Jeremy Corbell would say, you have ignited my curiosity.
Dude.
There is more, isn't there?
There is quite a lot more, yes. And some of them... Yes.
I think we need a part 2.
Yeah, I agree. I think that would be useful to do, especially for the various examples of UAPs in the lunar sky. There's a lot of imagery there that's worth going through and seeing.
Well, I think this first program on the lunar anomalies has certainly twigged my curiosity, and I'm sure it will have my audiences as well. Max, thank you so much for the work you've done to date. We'll have you back on very soon for a second reality check to go into more details on lunar anomalies. And we might also ask NASA a few questions, although not in much hope of an early answer. Max, Derek Sharney, thank you so much indeed.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
And before we go, please don't forget to send in your questions for our week.
All right, so that was Ross Coulthart, NewsNation. Yeah, man, interesting stuff. Something's up with the moon, guys. I don't know what, though. Only one organization knows that I would think of, and that's NASA. So why doesn't NASA tell us what's up? Do we not fund you? Aren't you always the ones asking for more money? Well, you better break with something. Start with the moon. How about you tell us what's up with the moon? What's up there? What's on the other side? Anyways, that was our first podcast. I cannot believe I can't even complete my own jump park. But yeah, no, I can believe it because I designed it like that. I didn't want to make this easy so you could just come and fly through it. I made this so that you will fall and fall and fall and start over, because that's what Mega Man is. That's what Contra is. That's what Nintendo is. The NES, the original Nintendo. It was made to be hard as so hard that you would throw your controller. I had a brother that would hit his head out of frustration.
You freaking brats!
Ash, daughter of Brenna, war mother of the Aberosans.
Then your actions have consequences!
Prepare yourself.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hit the Ash emote, but I told you stuff was gonna happen. But yeah, we're gonna let's see, we're at the 2-hour mark. Wow, that was a 2-hour episode. Ross Coulthart talking about the moon for 2 hours, bro. That's awesome, dude. I think we need a little bit more attention on our beautiful moon, and maybe get some answers to all the anomalies about its existence. So that was part 1. We're going to take a quick little break. I'm going to try to attempt this one more time, this jump park, but man, I think I'm going to chop down this tree. This tree has been here since the creation of this park. It's kind of like a nostalgic tree. Oh well. Get out of here. Oh wait, I did something bad. This is the bad. We don't want to leave this up here. Everything else coming with me. Bye, tree that's been here for fucking 15 years. Bye. You've grown into a beautiful tree. I thought I was going to keep you around, but it's covering the jump park, and I could see it from my house that is covering the jump park. I'm going to exchange all the blocks. Not all of them, but I'm going to make it pop more against the green background. I really like how I designed this. It was inspired by Contra, a level in Contra where you climb vertical. And there's a waterfall. But instead of using waterfall, I used vines. And I wanted free-floating blocks. I wanted to replicate a Nintendo level. So that's my inspiration for this jump park. And I, of course, wanted to make it really hard. Because it's Nintendo. And we were forged by iron. We are not a weak generation. Because our games were hard. And games were really, really expensive. Like, I don't know very many people who had a lot of Nintendo games. If you did, you're rich. And that is no lie. Because games were very expensive. I'm talking like $80 in 1990s economy, bro. Woo! That's tough. That's tough on anybody. So when you had a game, you better hope it didn't suck. And if it sucked, you played it no matter what. And that's how we were forged. We were forged out of fire and brimstone. My biggest gripe about today's games is that they're easy. I understand that Nintendo believes that games shouldn't be hard to be fun, but they should at least challenge us. Like, give me a hard mode, and don't just like make the enemy's health bar higher. You know what I'm saying? Give us real challenges. Donkey Kong is great. Donkey Kong is a good example of games that should challenge us. They're more fun that way. Anyways, guys, we're going to take a quick break. I will attempt this park a couple more times. If I don't do it, I still have to build. So, I'll cheat a little bit. I got to make some of these blocks pop more against the background. So I'll be exchanging them for brighter blocks. I might adjust some things. But yeah, the 2 hardest jumps are back to back. And what sucks is that if you miss the last leg of this, you fall to the hardest part. So you have to do the 2 jumps again. And that, my friends, is Nintendo hard. We'll be back in just a moment, folks. If you would like to support this stream, you can check out all the links down in the description box below. You can find HeadshotH4rry all over the place. Be sure to check them out on Blue Sky, Facebook, Instagram, and more. More UFO podcasts right after this.
Unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of memes and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Pwn Zone.
Yeah, welcome back, guys.
I could go for a twirl.
Woo! I like that we're using the League of Legends loadout for
That
this.
tasted purple.
Guys, HeadshotH4rry here. We are playing some Minecraft. I am working on my masterpiece. We are listening to some UFO podcasts, and the next one up, Richard Dolan. Richard Dolan has been a prominent voice in the UFO community. There's few people you can trust in this field, and I can trust Richard Dolan for the most part. Check him out, Richard Dolan, Intelligent Disclosure on YouTube. Go subscribe.
Hi, it's very nice to be here with you. Welcome. It's been a little while. This was a tricky subject for me to broach, mainly because it took me some time to think about what did I really want to say to you here? What did I really believe is our situation? And I've come down to the belief that when we talk about UFOs or UAP, we talk about our current efforts to understand this phenomenon, which continues around us every day. There's always more news going on about it, whether it's continued drone or orb sightings in different parts of the world that remain fascinating and unexplained, or the current efforts for what we might call disclosure, or to be more modest about it, transparency about UAP, whatever. It strikes me that we are still, in our public discourse, still taking baby steps here. And it's not even our fault that this is the case. First of all, the UFO subject, I'm going to say UFO for a while here, is a difficult subject. It's a challenging subject because, frankly, what it looks like is that we are dealing with an intelligence that is highly sophisticated, that's got its own game plan, and that's probably operating, certainly seems to be operating levels beyond ourselves. So that's one problem. And then the other problem is that we are dealing with a governing body around the world, the United States and other countries, where they are also not being particularly us, we the people, about.
Oh my gosh, dude. I freaking did it. It's only taken like forever. Watch. It's not even the end. It just gets harder. This part's okay. That part's not that difficult once you know what to do. I paused the podcast because I just made it off of both the two most difficult jumps back to back because this is Nintendo hard and we're not babies. I'm not going to baby you. Not on my park. So this is the hardest part. If you fall, you literally go back to the part that is the hardest part. So don't fall. One. Oh, God.
What they may know and what their interactions have been. So from our point of view, from those of citizen investigators, citizen journalists, or just plain old interested people who want to know about this, we are hampered by a lot of things, a lot of illusions. And that's really the main theme that I want to hit on in this talk here, is essentially the UFO cover-up in a world of illusions. All kinds of illusions. We live under an illusion of freedom, for starters. And I'm not saying we have no freedoms. We do. But we also live under illusions and delusions about our freedom. I've come to think that this delusion seriously hampers our ability to understand a lot of things. I mean, not just the nature of the true structure of power in our society, but many, many things about our society, about the nature of our world, in fact, and particularly when it comes to the UFO or UAP phenomenon, what is beyond that veil? What is there? This idea that we think we're free, that we think we have access to information, that we think we can affect all of the changes that we think we want to make. I'm starting to think maybe not so much. You look back through history, it becomes very clear that pretty much all societies have been intensely hierarchical and as tightly controlled as possible under the circumstances allotted to them. Now, I'm not even going to say whether this is right or wrong. It is what it is. To ask that the long path of human history to have turned out any other way than it did somehow strikes me as a bit naive or maybe even foolish. We are who we are for reasons, not all of which we even understand all that well. Personally, I think a good portion of our misunderstandings about ourselves comes from that delusion that we actually are particularly free. And also another delusion, which I'll just talk about as an aside, and then I'm going to move on and get back into the main event, which is really the reality of the UFO phenomenon. But the delusion of the notion of progress, I think that is a real delusion. I may come back to this one in the future, but basically I think there is truth, certainly, to technological and scientific progress. We can see it all around us. But I've come to feel that there's a couple of other mistakes that we have about this idea of progress. First, that assuming progress is naturally good. I think putting a valuation on that is probably unwise. It's a kind of reflexive attitude that many of us have. You know, old is bad, the new must be good, newer is better than old. Not so sure about that. I'm not sure that's the right way to think about it. And secondly,
It's very smart.
I think there's a mistake in assuming that progress involves the granting of ever more rights and freedoms to human beings. We definitely associate that. I've spent most of my life with that association as well. Thinking about it now, I seriously doubt that it's true, and I doubt that the reality of that can actually be sustained in the way that some people seem to think it can. That is, as we keep going, more and more rights, more and more freedoms, better and better and better and better for people. I somehow don't think that's actually realistic. But I want to come back to that further at another time. For right now, I would just say that the public, especially in Western nations, but really worldwide, has been led to believe that they live in genuinely open, democratic societies where their voices and their votes matter. And again, I'm not saying
When was the last time you felt that?
they don't matter at all, but I am saying that I think we really overestimate how much they do matter. And when we think about our societies in these ways, we end up having unrealistic ideas about the nature of things like UFO disclosure. Perfect example, go back to the 1950s. I love studying the history of this. So back then, in America particularly, this was a period when Americans really believed in their system and in the ability of Congress, for example, to get to the bottom of this phenomenon, and that the proper way is to bring the subject to Congress where the representatives will vote on it and do the right thing for the American people and all that. This really was what a lot of people believed. And you think about it, UFO secrecy means one thing if you are the citizen in what you believe is a free and open democratic society. But it means something very different if you somehow think or come to understand that you live in an authoritarian or indeed a totalitarian society. You might think of different strategies for disclosure if that's something you believed in, if you lived in that type of society. So what we believe about our societies matters quite a lot. And I think that this belief of the West, particularly as some open, democratic society, is an illusion very carefully crafted by those who have great power. I think in reality, we're looking at a very small group of elites, which has always controlled human societies and which continues to control most of our society even today. And I think over the last few centuries, we can say that these individuals with overwhelming amount of power have become more and more clever at manipulating events and information to maintain their domination. We can put it that way. So I think this deception is deeply ingrained in our societal structures. I mean, really, who doubts any longer that true power in our world is not with our elected officials? I mean, we all kind of realize it's not with them, but with far more powerful people and groups that operate behind the scenes. Let's call them the elites. Now, since you know that I've studied UFOs or UAP for 30 years, some of you know that, you might not be surprised to hear me say that these elites have many points of connection to the UFO phenomenon, and indeed, maybe even to extraterrestrial influences. I'll come back to that. But meanwhile, I think it's fair to say that they have created a system where the public is led to believe that it has power through voting and through public discourse, when in fact major decisions are always made in secret by a select few. And this really matters when we start to look at the evidence of a UFO reality, of a cover-up, and especially of the implications of an advanced group of beings that surely seem to be here in our world, engaging in activities that are important to them, without any genuine public discussion on our part. Well, we go on living in these illusory information bubbles we've created for ourselves, and which have also been created for us. It's just not a very good recipe for effective action, it seems to me. And when we are dealing with so much obfuscation coming from our own elites, let's call them that, we're not even beginning to grasp the obfuscation that we may be getting from these beings, or the veils behind which they exist. So all of that. So this illusion, I guess, illusion of democracy, as I have here on this slide, it's maintained through, it's a very sophisticated kind of illusion. There's media control, education systems, carefully orchestrated political theater. All of these are part of it. And there's much more than that too. But so controlling information in this day and age is not necessarily even easy, since we all do have an amazing ability to communicate with each other, very much in ways that never existed in the past. So it makes for a fascinating society that we have, with lots of ideas, lots of stimulation. That's the world the internet has allowed us to make. But because of that very amazing freedom and potential, it also makes information control even more important. And I'll get into that in just a moment, but I'll just mention a little bit about education very briefly, and I'm going to move on. The education system, to my perspective, looks worse and worse at every level as the years go by. I'm not trying to dunk on young people currently going through grade school or university. That was me once. But I often feel for them in terms of how badly most of them are getting ripped off by a substandard teaching system that really looks nothing other than a Soviet-style bureaucracy to my eyes. Because basically it's a system that teaches one thing: how to conform. You look at young people leaving the school system these days, and they're great at that. They're great at knowing what their peers are supposed to, how they're supposed to dress, how they're supposed to look, what lingo they're supposed to use. They're great at learning how to conform. And the education establishment is all for that. Maybe conformity is necessary. You could look at society in that way, but at the same time, it's fostering the illusion that we actually have power, that we actually can do anything, we can be free thinkers even. So people come out of this system thinking that they have a genuine understanding of life and of reality, when in fact, we usually know pretty much nothing when we come out of those systems. So it's just another layer of illusion that is foisted upon us, another thing that often hampers more than helps us in our understanding of the more important realities of our world. Elections are the ultimate political theater that we have in our world. I mean, elections are amazing. They're often touted as the pinnacle of democratic participation. Most of the time, in my view, I think they're usually more fake than not. Not every time, there are resistances that happen. Sometimes there are challenges, or what appear to be challenges to the system. But basically, I think candidates in most elections are presented or pre-selected, we could really say, by the elites that stand behind them. So it ensures that whoever really wins, the agendas will always continue. I think that's the basic template. Again, there are periodic challenges to that template. And we're seeing right now what we can call maybe a populist challenge to the system. It's certainly, you can see it in many spaces on social media. Now you can see it in popular discontent. Donald Trump's recent election victory tapped into some of this without question. It's debatable as to how much this is an actual challenge to the system and how much the underlying structure of power in our world will actually give way to a genuine change. There's the question. I would say never underestimate the power of that system to keep doing what it does best, which is to stay in charge. Doesn't mean that there can't be challenges to it, but it's a pretty tough system, and it's been quite resilient for a long time. So this false sense of empowerment is useful because it keeps the population complacent. People believe they're making meaningful choices and that they are affecting change, when in reality, maybe not so much. To a large extent, they're participating in a carefully controlled system designed to maintain the status quo. I just mentioned Trump, but think back to the election of Barack Obama in 2008. That was supposed to be tremendous change. You look back and you can see absolutely not. It was Wall Street controlling things just as they always had. So as we're entering 2025 now, I would just say, let us be aware that this illusion may continue to be perpetuated, not without occasional challenges that make things kind of interesting for us. And so where the current new administration incoming is going to lead us in a few years, I'm not going to make a prediction here. I don't know. I think that there will be some disruptions and there's going to be some continuity there. But throughout, I think we can say technology and media manipulation is going to continue to become ever more sophisticated. So this illusion of freedom of information in our world today, I think, is very carefully maintained through a variety of measures to control and restrict the information space. So again, there's the appearance of openness and transparency. I think the reality is much more constrained. And again, you could say that this might be necessary in a system that tells its people that it's democratic. The last thing that the very powerful are going to do is voluntarily give up real power. So what has happened over the last century or more? We have seen through the 20th century a kind of democratic series of movements throughout the entire 20th century, and elites have had to adjust to that. One of these days I'm going to bring up Carol Quigley's very interesting book, Tragedy and Hope. Quigley is well known as one of the main professors of Bill Clinton when Clinton was at Georgetown way back in the 60s. Quigley wrote a really amazing book. Tragedy and Hope is a quite extraordinary book. And he has a lot to say about this adjustment by the elites to challenges to their control, and how they ensured control of the global financial institutions, global manufacturing, the global information space. Quigley really saw things very, very clearly, in my opinion. And I think this is true, and it's important for us to remember that when you have a system now that is overtly democratic, the problem that those elites have is not allowing power to go to the people, but how to let the people believe that they have power while you're still controlling them and manipulating them. That is literally our system today. And because we don't have a full appreciation of that, it really hampers us in our understanding of the system of government that we actually have. We don't really even have a good name for this system, but it's one in which we are told it's democratic, when in fact, of course, it isn't. So that's a specific type of governance, And we don't really have a good name for it. Just saying.
Dude, Richard Dolan is so tight. Like, no one else is going to be saying this shit.
Well, obviously, a very important way that they have done this is by controlling the flow of information. And this is an ever-changing dynamic. So 150 plus years ago, when newspapers became a big thing, that initially posed a challenge. But that was a challenge that had a solution. Newspapers very quickly were gobbled up by ever larger conglomerates that were part of that very establishment. I mean, you could argue they were always part of that establishment, very likely. But as time went by, newspapers that had been independent kept getting gobbled up more and more and they just became part of these large, huge corporations, to the point that that major representatives of newspapers and other major media regularly attend, Bilderberg meetings every year, the World Economic Forum conferences every year. They're part of that whole thing. They are part
White
of that
Tiger. What up, White Tiger? What up, dog? I know you be wanting to play some League. Hey, White Tiger, check this out. This stream is made possible by people like White Tiger. Check that out, man. White Tiger right there in top chat. Shout out to the Lizard family. Red, gold, green, pink, and black. I'll be purple lizard. Kid.
I could go for a
That's what I'm
twirl.
talking about. Nice little quick little break.
Yep. That tasted purple.
And then came internet. Another problem. Internet was...
Real quick. I'm trying to work on my jump park. The only thing is, man, it's hard. This is a hard level. There's 2 jumps. The 2 most difficult jumps are back to back. And even in the beginning is difficult. Like, if you don't know the trick, you'll just keep doing this. You won't even make it past the first part. But there's a trick to it that I won't say. You guys can figure it out. This whole first section up until here, there's tricks to it. This one is pretty straightforward. You just got to do a big old jump. Oh, look at that. It's not as easy as you think. But yeah, you got to try again. This is the whole point. The whole point is to teach you that life is a lot harder than what you think, but nothing's harder than Mega Man. Life is hard, but Mega Man is harder. So that's the lesson here. Life isn't hard. Mega Man is. Those are words to live by. This is the hardest jump in the game. There's a trick to it. Again, I won't say what it is, but good luck. Anyone who tries to do this. Oh! See? And you also have to worry about that second jump. So you have to jump and then squat on that one. And then you have to do the same exact jump without the height difference. It's really hard. These 2 jumps. And if you mess up at the end, you have to start at the hardest part again. So just because I'm working on the end, the celebration, if you make it, I'm going to use the vines and get up to the top. But we're listening to some podcasts, so I'm going to continue with these podcasts. Let's learn something.
Another problem at first, just like newspapers originally were. But the solution is the same. Eventually, after that initial bumpy ride, when there's genuine inquiry and a genuine of not knowingness of where this is all going to go, eventually you see that control comes over it. And sometimes these elites will use tried and true methods, buy up the companies. And then sometimes you have to try new strategies. now algorithms or shadow banning or just massive amounts of propaganda or flooding the information space. All of that just for starters.
I'm a nothing YouTuber, and even I get censored. So just think about that. If you think that's right, you're in the wrong country, fool.
But it's effective. Now, for the last 30...
You guys really need to check out this one because he's using slides. It is Richard Dolan, Intelligent Disclosure. You could find him on YouTube. Richard Dolan, Intelligent Disclosure. Be sure to follow him. He's the best. He's a master. I heard a crazy sound. Let's not investigate. But yeah, I've all I do is like listen to podcasts as I'm playing Minecraft, and even I'm getting censored. So if you think that's right, that's or if you think that's not right, you are correct. That isn't right. This is just us talking. I'm listening to another guy talk. It's not even me talking. And all of this is on YouTube already, so I'm not breaking any copyright or anything. This is fair use. I'm not breaking anything. I'm not breaking anything. So if you think it's right that I'm being censored, that other people are being censored, stand up.
30 years or so, I have looked at this development mainly through the lens of a UFO cover-up. But this whole phenomenon is a very broad-based thing, of course. It's not just dealing with UFO information. Governments and powerful institutions that work with them use a variety of these types of tactics to manage the flow of information. I've got some bullet points here. I'll just very quickly describe them for you. So selective release of information through controlled channels. So in the old days, this was through newspapers and network television. Now it's through big tech and through government regulations against so-called misinformation, things like that. Or classifying things. Use of classification systems to withhold sensitive data, whether it's claims of UFO whistleblowers like Bob Lazar or more general whistleblowers like Edward Snowden was. Either way, it doesn't matter. You find that deep national security classifications are a huge obstacle for the public to obtain genuine information about its world. And it goes on to this day. I mean, think about David Grush's statements of the last couple of years now about how information is being withheld from members of Congress or the public, and how there's threats and intimidation behind the scenes. So it hasn't stopped. My third bullet here, managing mainstream narrative. This is very critically important. Very careful management of this. We see this with every major event that comes into our lives. 9/11, the financial crash of 2008. A lot of narrative management about that. COVID, my God, that just went through the roof. Ukraine, all kinds of narrative management on all of these things. Every new enemy is carefully staged managed for our consumption, however that consumption is designed to be. And then you flood the information space with disinformation in order to obscure whatever it is you want to obscure, mainly truths that you don't want out there. This goes right along with the previous point. In other words, it's not just selective portrayal of truth that we're talking about in our world, but outright lies that have their own temporary shelf life. So then when the event is past, sometimes we realize, oh wow, that wasn't true after all. I remember 30 plus years ago with the Gulf War, there was this whole claim about the babies in incubators in Kuwait hospitals that were being murdered by Iraqi soldiers. I mean, it was such a hoax. It was brought to Congress. They brought some young woman who supposedly talked about it. The entire thing was fiction. It was totally made up. But it was very important for riling up the public and getting them to sign on to that war. Or all the lies and misinformation and things you just were not allowed to talk about relating to 9/11. Or remember the COVID lab leak hypothesis. God forbid you talk about the fact that COVID might have leaked out of a lab. It was impossible. And we were told again and again that that's just misinformation is true. Or the effectiveness of the various vaccines and whatnot, which we now know was never truthfully portrayed to us. But, the shelf life has passed, and I'll guarantee you, finally, when all those people involved in all of those lies are dead and gone, we will begin then to get even more information. But not yet. They're going to wait. It's going to take more time, but it will come. So total management of the information space. And then you got legal restrictions on whistleblowers and leakers. All nations, certainly the United States, has very, very heavy-handed laws against such things, all as a way to control the information space. And then on top of that, just how the government comes after you by surveilling your communications to identify and suppress dissent. Don't think this doesn't happen. There have been discussions and plans for this going now for decades to identify dissenting groups or dissenting opinions and to find ways of infiltrating and diverting them. The United States, the UK, both, we've had leaks. Snowden was very important in getting some of those leaks out. But we've had this in our society for a long time now. You're being watched and your online statements being monitored. And then beyond all of that, we are just looking at again, this is coming out and there's been pushback against this. Fortunately, how far it will go, we'll have to see. But algorithmic manipulation of online information and search results. I don't know to what extent this is going on right now as I speak. I know it's going on to some extent. Is it,
let's put it this way. Like I said, I'm a no-name YouTuber and I'm being censored. So, yeah. So what we're living in, folks. If you don't like it, vote right. Get informed. Take our country back.
Bring about some of the potential rollbacks of some of these measures. Facebook now is, I think, the latest one. Whether that's going to really make a huge difference or not, we'll have to wait and see. And whether it will be anything more than a bump in the road is another thing. So now, bringing it back to the UFO phenomenon, which is what I want to discuss for the rest of this talk here with you. We have seen the control over the information space in the UFO arena for many decades now. First, extreme compartmentalization. Good example. When Project Blue Book ended back in 1969, it was a long time ago, more than 50 years ago, the public at that time had been conditioned to believe that Blue Book was the sole legitimate UFO investigative body that existed in the entire government. That's what we were told. And then a classified memo a couple of years later leaked out, or came out. It was called the Bollinger Memo. The late Stanton Friedman talked about this a lot, rightly so. So General Carol Bollinger, back in 1969, wrote a memo for internal distribution only, stating that, well, the closure of Blue Book's really not very significant because any UFO report that actually affected national security, those are being filed outside the Blue Book system anyway. The first time researchers saw that, they were like, say what? Blue Book was supposed to be the sum total of all UFO reporting, but here was General Carol Bollinger saying, no, not so. There is much more. So there's very compartmentalized information. And this is a very effective way of doing things. Just a little over a decade ago, there was a couple of attempts at online petitions to get the then Obama White House to come clean on its interest in ETs and UFOs. And they did receive a statement back from the Obama White House, which just stated, we don't have any government agencies investigating this. There's no evidence to show that there's anything unusual about the phenomenon, yada, yada, yada. And then we discover a few years later that the ATIP program and the OSAP programs actually were in existence at that very time when the Obama White House issued its denial. They did have a UFO investigative body going on at that very moment when they said they didn't. So compartmentalization is very, very important in managing the UFO information space. Think of something like a document that leaked out fairly recently as well, the Davis-Wilson notes, which I've been very interested in. I've talked about it quite a lot. I knew when that came out in 2019 that was real and legit. Lots of researchers said it was nonsense, it was fiction. They were wrong. Eric Davis fairly recently openly acknowledged that he was the author of that note. But that note demonstrates, without a doubt, how high-level government officials, in this case Admiral Thomas R. Wilson, had been denied rightful access, as he saw it anyway, to certain UFO reverse engineering programs. Wilson at the time was deputy head of intelligence for the Joint Chiefs of Staff, had learned about the alleged existence of black budget UFO reverse engineering programs back in 1997, looked into it, and indeed found more than one, talked to the managers of one of those programs, and they basically slammed the door in his face. He said, well, I'll complain up the chain of command. They said, be our guest. We don't really care. We're not afraid of you. And he did complain, and he was threatened with his career. And 5 years later, talked to Davis about it. So the compartmentalization of the UFO phenomenon is very important, not to be underestimated at all. It's a big, big part of how this subject to this day remains opaque to many of us who are on the outside trying to look in. I mean, if someone of Wilson's stature 25 years ago could not get a peek at this reverse engineering program, what makes us think that ordinary folks like ourselves can, right? Well, but beyond that, other public and elected representatives have been denied access to this phenomenon. We have stories going through decades. Many, many years ago, the late Senator Barry Goldwater, man ran for president back in the 1960s, talked about being denied access to UFO information at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base by his very close friend, four-star General Curtis LeMay. Goldwater talked about that on a number of occasions, how LeMay says the only time LeMay really ever cussed me out and got angry at me and told me I was just never going to have access to that information there, where bodies allegedly were kept, Goldwater said. Or in the 1990s, New Mexico Congressman Stephen Schiff attempted to obtain information about Roswell through official channels, totally shut down. And now we have more recent statements from current members of Congress, Tim Burchett, Anna Paulina Luna, and others, about how they are continually getting stonewalled by the Pentagon, by the federal government on these matters, not just about what's going on in the areas of things like alien tech and reverse engineering, but in the current situation relating to these so-called mystery drones. They are not satisfied with the answers they're getting. These are elected representatives of the American people. We like to think we have a right to know, but we can see the reality is that officials are denied access. Another way to control the information is to use private contractors, private aerospace contractors and major corporations in order to avoid government oversight and to get around freedom of information requests as well. This has been a tactic used for many decades now. We've had sources telling multiple researchers over many years about deeply hidden UFO research programs that even high-level military contacts cannot access. This is an old story. We have deliberate campaigns of ridicule and debunking to discredit witnesses. This is another very way to control the information space. It's a little less used now than it used to be. So the ridicule is not nearly as much in effect as it was, but it was only just a decade ago and more.
Less than that.
That it was the norm. You go back to 1953, we had the Robertson panel, a CIA, classified CIA panel on this subject, that made the recommendation, which was followed for years and years, to encourage the debunking of UFOs through mass media, through infiltrating civilian research groups. All of this was openly discussed in this document, in their conclusions. So, and then, there's just examples, alleged but credible, of U.S. military, Air Force particularly, using disinformation against UFO researchers to cover up aspects of this program as well. And then you have intimidation, you have silencing. David Grush has talked about this, talked about a culture of suppression and intimidation, his words, against UAP whistleblowers, including unwarranted criminal investigations and harassment of different types. He was quite open about it. And then saying this, getting smeared in what was obviously a Pentagon orchestrated, intelligence community orchestrated media assault on him for a little while there. You have the weaponization of national security exemptions to withhold documents. In other words, we hear about many declassified UFO documents, but we often don't hear about the huge number of failed FOIA requests that completely overshadow what we have obtained. All of these agencies, the NSA comes mostly to mind here, long history of just heavily redacting UFO files, claiming that all of these deletions were to protect sources and methods, sensitive sources, sensitive methods of acquiring this. It's a great excuse, and I'm sure it's true 5% of the time. And then it's probably not true a lot of the other time. Even recently, I recall John Greenwald discussing how the Arrow organization labeled many documents with he called a B7 exemption related to law enforcement investigations as reasons for not disclosing requested documents. It goes on to this day. And then ultimately, because we're not getting the genuine information that the public is requesting, we are ripe for all kinds of disinformation to be flooding our field and muddying the waters. Some of it just from other people and researchers who just put out their own claims, their own predictions, their own alleged inside information that can never be proven one way or the other. And then some of it, I think, very likely with the connivance of the actual authorities, because we know that they've done this with all other types of subjects. Why wouldn't they do it for UFOs as well? So with some UFO information having been released recently, you often hear the allegation, let us say, that this is a very carefully controlled disclosure since 2017 that reveals little of a genuine substance. And to that, I will just continue to say yes and no. I think there is definitely a well-organized attempt to manage and control UFO disclosure. Yes, that's right. But I would only adjust the argument to say that we are looking at an internal factional struggle rather than a carefully managed monolithic plan to just update the cover-up and give it a facelift. There is a plan to update the cover-up and to give it a facelift, but I would argue that that is a response to the initiatives and attempts at getting genuine information out there. That's what I think. So I think that there is a faction that is trying to push this, and I think there's another faction that's got a lot of power and that is able now to use this whole thing to, again, give the cover-up a facelift, make it look a little bit more modern. That's what I think is going on. So what we can all agree on is that the most significant data and evidence still remains hidden behind layers of secrecy, with those in control, I think, showing no genuine willingness toward a full, anything like transparency on this subject. So this is information control, plain and simple. So what's being kept hidden from us? Let's get into it. For 30 years I have studied the history of the UFO phenomenon. So starting very conservatively, there are a few things that I have been saying and coming back to over these many years. Number one, UFOs are real. It's a simple thing to say, but it's just important to get that out there. They represent a real physical phenomenon that has been observed globally for decades, at least for decades. Let's just leave it there for now.
And what do I propose to you, dear viewer? Now we can assume that not all of these are going to be manned. But what about the other ones? What about the ones that are?
2, they are very advanced technology. These sightings involve objects displaying technology far beyond known human capabilities, whether at the time of their sighting or capabilities today. They're past that. 3, governments take them seriously. There is overwhelming evidence that some governments and military agencies have taken UFOs quite seriously and have investigated them extensively. 4, there's a cover-up. A cover-up of UFO data has existed at high levels, again, for many, many decades of government and military institutions for a long, long time. 5, it involves aliens. There's that word. Call them whatever you want. They're not us. It involves non-human intelligences. In my opinion, probably, but let's just say possibly extraterrestrial, okay? Or maybe interdimensional in nature, if you want to go there, maybe. Maybe both. Why would that be impossible? Why is it impossible that an extraterrestrial civilization has mastered some version of what we would call interdimensionality? Right? Not impossible in my view. 6, there is strong documentation. We have declassified, I mentioned earlier that a lot has not been declassified. That's true. But what has been declassified, there's a lot there. And it provides some of the strongest evidence, in my view, for the reality and significance of UFOs. What got me into this subject many, many years ago is the fact that I started reading declassified military documents where they're describing objects invading sensitive airspace that had no explanation, that were disc-shaped, that could stop, that could take off instantly, that sometimes could zigzag back in the 1940s and 50s. What can do that? What's going to look like a flying saucer, make no sound, evade all attempts at interception, run circles, sometimes literally, around your aircraft? Well, we've got a little bit of a problem there. So there are such statements within the military record. They do exist. They're fascinating. And I think, we never, ever want to lose sight of that. It's very important to stay on what is the genuine documentation of this phenomenon. I've talked about it many times. Next, powerful implications. That is, the study of UFOs or UAP has profound implications for science, technology, obviously, politics, our society, our species, hell, our understanding of reality, all of that. Very important. Next, there, let us say, strongly appear to be, what I think, grays and other types. Some of them are human looking. I really believe that. There are...
Did you hear what he just said? To me, this is disclosure. There's more than just what we think are out there. There's some that resemble us.
And so many of these reports. And look, it's hard to set up a math equation and say, okay, that one is true, that one is false, this one is true, that one's not. It's hard to know. You've got people telling their recollection as best they can. But there, in my view, are many credible reports of these types of encounters that include sightings of grays. Think of the 1994 Ruwa, Zimbabwe, the school children case. We had 62 kids in a school. Very powerful witnesses, and to this day, now they're all in their 30s and 40s, they continue to make this statement. What they saw was true. Short gray aliens hovering right there in front of them. A couple of the kids were close enough to be able to touch them or shake hands with them. But that's just one case. There are many of these, I think, very potent and powerful cases of encounters with these beings. Many of them coming out in abduction testimony, again, by credible people. These are not pie in the sky, all fantasy. Some may be incorrect, some may be misrepresented, some may be lies. It's true, it's possible, but there's many of these. And once you start getting into the weeds, they become more and more difficult to dismiss. Next, collaboration. Okay, so I have a question mark here. We don't know, but is it possible, when we're thinking of this great unknown reality that is being concealed from us, well, how much is being concealed? Is there, as we have heard claims and allegations for a long time, collaboration, underground facilities, military involvement, humans with aliens, this type of thing? Is it true? Well, I don't know that it's true. Can it be true? Oh, yes. Of course, it can be true. It absolutely can be true. Think about this. You have a phenomenon that has been heavy duty around our world on a daily basis for decades. Decades, daily. And they're doing something. There have been some very excellent testimony now relating to our acquisition of their tech. Yes. And so, how far of a stretch is it to indicate that there may be communication in some way? Maybe collaboration, maybe just communication. Who knows? And then finally, what I would say is the likelihood of this subject being highly complex and strange. In other words, I think the full truth about UFOs or UAP is probably much more complex and strange than most of us realize. Potentially, let's say, in my opinion, probably involving multiple alien groups, very likely with different agendas. Strange, and they keep to themselves. We have seen this again and again. Occasional interactions, usually standoffish. There's an incredible reality that we, in our ignorance, just are not, we're not even thinking about this. Again, as I started out with this talk, we're not even really generally thinking much about the ignorance that we have of our own society, where we live under these illusions of, yes, I have free volition, I can free inquiry, and I'm a citizen in a free democratic society. Okay, well, we could tell ourselves whatever we want, but that, I think, is very much illusory. There's that, and then there's this level, beyond that. So just imagine that in the shadows of this official world that we live within, this mundane world of ours, in those shadows there is a hidden reality. Behind that veil, behind that secrecy, where there are government agencies and military organizations that have been doing a little dance, a clandestine dance with beings from beyond our stars. And they've been doing this for decades, at least for decades. This is not science fiction. This is a truth stranger than probably any Hollywood script that I've ever seen. I don't think any movie has ever really been, has ever done justice to this reality. Just visualize the, wreckage of an alien craft and its exotic materials under the lights of a classified laboratory, and you've got engineers and scientists staring at this thing, this incredible material, probably astonished, maybe a little afraid, going over this technology that just totally defies their understanding of what they thought they knew about physics. Is it possible that in deep underground bases you got humans and maybe non-humans working side by side? Why can't that be possible? Knowing that there's a reality to the phenomenon, an inexplicable nature to it, something incredibly advanced, well, someone is responsible for it, and it's probably not us. It's probably not us. In the meantime, we have whistleblowers and other truth tellers speaking of more than just exotic non-human tech and biologics, as David Grush called them. They talk about more than that. Sometimes they talk about abductions of genetic experiments and hybrids. And again, can this really be possible? Is this part of the reality? Don't know for sure, but would we be wise to rule it out? Should we be discounting this? We can't know everything that is happening, but is it wise to dismiss it simply because in our so-called free society, we can't get the highest level of proof that we think we demand? Ordinary citizens are pretty much outmatched, not just by our own governments and our own structures of power, but maybe we're outmatched by these other beings, right? You have to wonder about these beings. They clearly don't want to have an open conversation with us. And why should they? What makes us think that we're up for it? We love to think that we are so very advanced. Well, we know more than our ancestors did, yes, about many things. Yes, okay. So when we think about ancient societies, we can probably realize that maybe they couldn't handle the full truth about extraterrestrial visitation. Probably not. Probably not. I think that's right. It would very likely be traumatic for them. Okay, yes. But somehow we think we're all that different. So you think about it from the alien perspective. They might not think that we are all that able to handle the full reality of what they are, no matter how advanced we think we are. They probably aren't like our Hollywood movie scripts, just saying. They might be very, very different and possibly difficult to understand or accept. Just possible. There could be lots about this that we can handle. There can be. There probably is. But there might be a few zingers in there that just might cause us some consternation. So for many years, I have been fascinated, thinking, speculating, really, on the full, deeper scenario of what I think is actually going on. And it is all speculation. I acknowledge that. But, like, what is the full nature of the secret? Of the reality? What is that? So I don't have a full answer here, but I do seriously doubt the beautiful utopian messages that still permeate the UAP cultural space here. You know, angelic beings here to elevate us somehow, to save us from ourselves somehow, change us, upgrade us, alien ex machina. Well, I think there's more than one type here. I can't say that I know this for sure, but that's what it looks like to me at any rate. It also looks like communication with these beings seems to transcend our understanding of language. It's the impression I get. Psychic links, consciousness-based exchanges, maybe? Yeah, maybe. Well, that sure opens up new frontiers of interaction. That certainly challenges our very concept of what it means to communicate. And all the while, our skies above us are just buzzing with activity. The interesting thing about our world today is that UFOs are no longer, well, first of all, they're not unidentified to those people with a clearance. They are, those people actually understand what's going on. They do all these maneuvers that defy our laws of physics. But today, it's not just military pilots, and it's not just, you know, commercial pilots or anything like that. We are getting a lot of information from people having sightings around the world. We've been hearing a lot about New Jersey, but we're getting information from around the world. People seeing these things. And they are quite numerous. I've said many times what a big fan I am of the National UFO Reporting Center. Peter Davenport, who's run it for years, is someone very dear to me. But the site itself is a phenomenal repository of just raw reports that the public, you, anyone you know, can just submit. There's some nonsense in there. Peter's talked about this a number of times, but there's a lot of tremendous information in there. And every year, that site collects anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 new reports from around the world. And then there's MUFON. And I've been very fortunate in being able to get into the MUFON database as well and been permitted to look at that. Equal number of sightings there, probably. It's a lot. They get 5,000 to 10,000 a year as well around the world, just like Newfork does. So the sightings are coming in from everywhere. And now, we're hearing about the so-called mystery drones, except a lot of those don't seem to be drones. Orbs, yeah. Craft of some sort, yes. Just as they have been for many years already. We have reports of orbs and other strange craft going back decades and decades. So there is a world behind the curtain. And I'm not saying that I can guess it with total accuracy, but we ought to keep thinking about it because there's something there. Probably a reality as breathtaking as it is terrifying. It's probably a little bit of both. Probably a truth that challenges everything we think we know about our world, to say nothing of our place in the universe. Probably a secret so profound that its revelation could reshape the very foundations of human society. And yet, for now, it remains hidden. Just a couple of people out there who really know the full depth, and maybe you could say who bear the full burden of this deep, deep secret.
That's an interesting point right there.
And meanwhile, the world just continues with its circus. New president, new shows on Netflix or Prime, new Super Bowl, new distractions on your feed coming at you every day. There's a massive reality going on around us, and we just stare at our screens, watching the never-ending blizzard of distractions coming at us. Indeed, algorithmically designed just for us. I try to wonder, what am I trying to get at here? And I guess it's just that truth-seeking is hard. The world throws distractions. Lies are easy. Truth is elusive. But the search does matter. We live in a sea of information, and most of it's noise. Some is deliberate deception. And cutting through takes work. It takes discipline. And it's made harder when we convince ourselves that we actually possess the truth, that the information is readily available, that we are genuinely empowered to create change in a powerfully controlled society. We don't do ourselves favors with that illusion. And then, the journey inward, honestly, is just as tough. We lie to ourselves. We all know that. We avoid painful truths. It's easier. Life is easier that way, but it's not better. Real truth-seeking changes you. It strips away illusions. It forces you to confront reality, which is not usually a pleasant thing. The good and the bad, the beautiful and the ugly. So I would say for you to keep doing it. You might not find all the answers. You probably won't, but you will find something else. You'll find yourself. You'll understand. You'll begin to understand who you are. That's valuable. It's a daily struggle, by the way. I'm sure many of you know this, against outside forces and against inner forces as well. Outside and inner weaknesses. But it's worth it. Because you wonder, what gives life meaning? Well, people have different answers to that. But one possibility, truth. Truth gives life meaning. It gives purpose. It gives freedom. So, seek after the truth as best you can, relentlessly, fearlessly. It won't solve everything, but it will make you whole. And in this fractured world, that means something. That's not trivial. Well, that's me for today. I hope you've enjoyed hanging out with me for a little while.
Richard Dolan bringing out the heat today. Woo! This was from 1 year ago, bro, and it might as well have been from yesterday. That is valuable. Rich Dolan is invaluable. Go check out Richard Dolan Intelligent Disclosure. What a great. Yo, I had to leave a comment on the video, bros. That was phenomenal. Richard Dolan is at the top of the game. He probably knows a lot more than he can say, too. But man, that is some good stuff. Folks, I hope you've enjoyed the stream so far. Are we done? No, we're not even close. I'm going to attempt my jump park yet again, but not until after this break. I got to make a couple more signs. And, yeah. I kind of want to add in some auto mechanics, but I like that it looks like a level. But yeah, guys, we'll be back with some more Minecraft and UFOs right here at HeadshotH4rry. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Let's go grab a snack. We'll be right back. I'm going to eat this cake. Oh, I can't. Bye, Doji. Yo, guys, hope you're enjoying the stream. Lots of good stuff in here. But we aren't done. We're just taking a quick break. We're going to get some water. We're going to get a snack, and we'll be right back, folks. Don't go anywhere.
As I've been saying for a little while out now, there's like no genuine or there's no reliable ancient encounters of what we would call gray aliens. Like none, as far as I can see. There are encounters with short little aliens, or short little beings, I should say, and very tall beings, and there's a wide range there. But you don't get really gray aliens, and you don't even really get reptilian aliens, even though lots of folks like to talk about that one particular statue of what's said to be an Anunnaki that looks reptilian. And honestly, I'm just going to say that's pretty weak evidence. If you're going to say, yeah, the reptilians have been here for thousands of years, I think we need a little bit more than that. So were they actually reptilian in appearance? Who the hell knows? Like, I don't know this. And I don't think anyone else really does. The evidence is powerful, though. I will say this, that we have been encountering non-human intelligences throughout really all of our history. I do think so. So what I guess I'm asking myself is, what is the nature of those encounters?
Well, I was assigned... Well, I was assigned to a Minuteman. Well, I was assigned to a Minuteman missile. Well, I was assigned to a Minuteman missile, and I was on the night.
All right. Let's come back, guys. Hey, folks. Welcome to the stream. HeadshotH4rry. We're getting into our third leg of the stream, and probably final on this wonderful stream. It's been all over the place, man, and I can't wait for this next one. This next podcast is Jesse Michels of American Alchemy, one of the best YouTubers on the planet. If you don't subscribe to him, you're trash. This title is called Meet the Nuclear Missile Guard Abducted by Aliens, featuring Richard Barth. I don't know much about this guy. In fact, this is my first time hearing about him.
Go for it tomorrow.
But Jesse Michels,
Yep, that tasted purple.
if it's on your channel, bro, I'm listening to it. That's all there is to it. Guy has proven himself over and over again. He's not perfect, but no one is in this field. Do you understand this? There is no one who knows everything. You need to learn from everybody. That is my advice from everyone. Everyone has a piece of the pie. You don't even know it's a pie. All right, guys. Let's continue this. We're working on a Minecraft world. I'm HeadshotH4rry. This is Jesse Michels of American Alchemy on YouTube, featuring Richard Barth.
Well, I was assigned to a Minuteman missile, and I was on the night shift. And my job is just basically sit there.
Oh yeah, don't forget to support these channels. I'll post the links to these podcasts after the stream. Thank you.
And do nothing, really. And it was foggy. Next thing I know, I see this shadow in the fog. I'm looking ahead and I see the shadow, and I see a man, which appeared to be a man, emerge from the fog. But as it got closer, I realized this was not what it was, and I could feel it in my mind. I mean, it was like it started grabbing hold of me.
Before I go on, I have to take a little adventure. We're going to go on an adventure and we're going to listen to this podcast. We're going to go to the farm. I need to grab a bell. But we're going to take a little bit of a shortcut. And by little bit, I mean we're pretty much just going to take a shortcut all the way there. But here we go.
Decades, there's been a strange and deeply unsettling pattern lurking beneath nuclear weapons and missile facilities worldwide. A pattern that almost no one wanted to talk about in an era of Cold War secrecy. Air Force officers whispered about it, and most of the people who lived it stayed silent. Until now, it's all coming out. Today's guest is Richard Barth. In 1964, he was an Air Force security guard, an air policeman, stationed at Vandenberg Air Force Base. Vandenberg wasn't some remote radar outpost or ghost station. This was the epicenter of American nuclear missile testing. Atlas missiles, Thor, Minuteman, Titan. This was the place the United States government went to actually learn whether its nuclear missiles worked. So naturally, something else was watching from above, and it happened to interact with our next guest. A figure emerging from the mist. A moment of absolute terror in seeing this figure's very foreign face. Loss of control, and then lost time. All of a sudden, Richard is taken. He wakes up hovering on a flying saucer with a few more beings overlooking the entire Vandenberg base. Richard is given a message, one that directly connects with other alien encounters by nuclear base employees. And perhaps most remarkably, this story happens on the exact same month of another Vandenberg UFO incident that you may already know. You see, Richard had his encounter in September of 1964. That same month, Bob Jacobs, a photo instrumentation lead, caught video of a UFO that seemed to encircle an Atlas missile, target it with lasers. We've spoken to Jacobs, and this is a case we discuss all of the time on this show.
We could see clearly on film the nose cones separate, and then we saw the dummy warhead, and suddenly into that frame, an object flew in, chasing the warhead and so on at the same speed.
Didn't they delete your records from the government as well? People denied that you worked at Vandenberg. Is that right?
They denied there was ever a Robert Jacobs in the Air Force.
And between Bob Jacobs and Richard Barth, it looks like while we were testing nuclear missiles in September of 1964 on Vandenberg Air Force Base, something else was testing missile defense and deterrence. This interview raises some very uncomfortable questions about access, surveillance, and intent on our most advanced weapons capabilities. And it leaves us with possibilities that are far more strange and destabilizing than Are We Alone? This episode isn't about believing. It's about listening carefully, because whatever is going on at our nuclear bases doesn't seem random, and it doesn't seem finished with us.
Between 2003 and 2005, 5 UAP incidents occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base.
So without further ado, please enjoy this courageous testimony from this week's American alchemist, Richard Barth.
Couple things. First of all, what a great intro. Given that this guy's testimony is true, I think it's important to acknowledge that this would otherwise be privileged information. But whether or not it's true is up to you. Just keep an open mind. Jesse Michels said what I said earlier, and that it's not really about believing. It's not about belief. Let's just listen. Let's hear a story. Nothing wrong with that.
I'm here with Richard Barth, and this is an honor. I really appreciate you driving to LA to speak with me. Robert Hastings is one of my favorite journalists in the UFO space. He's written an amazing book called UFOs and Nukes, and he is the premier chronicler of all of these amazing veterans who were stationed at nuclear bases across the United States, often with, pretty high clearances, experiencing tic-tacs, saucers, orbs, UFOs all over these bases. And sometimes nuclear missiles get shut down. All sorts of anomalies occur on the bases. And in a few cases, like yours, you actually experience a close encounter of the third kind, where you see beings and you experience communication with those beings. And so it's an honor to speak with you, and I really appreciate you sharing your story. What made you decide to come out now?
I was listening to Coast one night, and it happened to be Robert Hastings, although at the time I didn't know, but something just compelled me to call in. He was talking about USOs and nukes, and I had this experience that I had pretty much kept to myself for quite a while. And it just seemed that the guy seemed so credible that maybe he might be interested in my particular story. So I called up, and I was very fortunate. I got right on. I explained to the call person that monitors the call, and he put me right in. And we got through about half my story, and then we got cut off somehow. Last question he asked me is, "Are you aware of any lost time?" And
lost time.
Yeah, he wanted to know if I had any lost time during the event, and I was going to answer him, and everything just went blank. There's no response, and I didn't know how to get back on, so I kind of dropped it. But it brought it to the forefront of this just a credibility of Bob Hansen that really triggered it.
So you called into Coast to Coast, and you got through a lot of your story. Then the call dropped, but that brought that to the fore and to the mind of Robert Hastings, who wanted to follow up on it.
Actually, before that, I had read Whitney Strieber's book, and it seemed credible to me, but it also made my experience seem more credible to myself. You kind of understand that when something like...
I hope you listen to what he just said. Other people's testimony helps with their own testimony. These people are victims. No one's cluing them in what's going on. The whole world still doesn't believe this shit is real. You know what I'm saying? There's been extraordinary circumstances where people have been visited and had experiences. But now they're just lost. Who do they have to go to? So it's important that, one, that we erase the stigma. Two, we need to listen. Now, I'm not saying just believe everybody who comes out and says they have an experience, but be a good judge of character. You know when someone's lying, you can feel it. Trust your instincts.
Like this happens to you, you question yourself, was this real? Or was this something that, I imagined? Or it's so much part of you that you accept it as real, but you still question it.
How did you end up at Vandenberg Air Force Base in 1964?
Okay, I wasn't doing well in college at the time, and so I decided I was going to join the Air Force, and I went to the recruiter. And I'd been a pre-med major, and so I asked about going into medical corps. And he said, well, you got 2 years of college. He said, would you consider being a navigator? And I said, I love flying, but I need 4 years of college to get commissioned or do anything like that. So he had asked me, would I be interested that they had a navigation course that had opened up that the requirements were that you can get in with 2 years of college. And I said, yeah, I love flying. I'd love to fly if I could fly. So I said, well, why don't you go down and take the test and see how you do? Well, they sent me down to L.A. and I passed that. So I said, well, you're in. All we got to do is find you a class. So I waited about 3 or 4 months for a class to open up for me to get into. And I was doing quite well until I got to celestial navigation. And I didn't know it at the time, but I had dyslexia. And what was making things bad for me was not on the academics, which I was high on, but I would transpose my numbers, especially when I got under pressure. Then a 123, 123 would become a 132, which is a significant navigation error. Well, you do 3 practice missions and a test mission, and I failed the first test mission. And then they will send you again, and I'd allow you to do another test mission. And I failed that one, and so I was basically washed out of the class. When I had joined, one of the conditions of joining was that you went in under selective service requirement, which was basically 2 years with some reserve time to follow. And if you didn't pass the class, you would go on that reserve status, and just finish out your 2 years and go on reserve status. Otherwise, if you passed, you would be commissioned. You would sign up for an additional 4 years, and you would actively be in the Air Force as a navigator. Well, I just opted. I was going to get out. So that left, well, I've got 13 months left of my selective service requirement. And so they didn't want to put me in a position that required a lot of training, and so guards don't require a lot of training. And I can pick something that was relatively close to home. I lived in Los Angeles. Vandenberg Air Force Base was up the coast above Santa Barbara, about a 4-hour drive, and that seemed, well, on my off time I'd go home and be with my friends and family. So that seemed okay with me. I thought I can deal with it.
So you were a missile security guard, or what's the exact title?
And yeah, I'm listed as an air policeman, but I was assigned to the 4392nd Combat Defense Squadron, and we were essentially guards. We didn't wear the blue uniforms. We wore fatigues and we carried a .38 pistol, and we just basically stood on post all day, and there wasn't much training involved other than weapons training.
What are the types of things that you guarded on the base?
We had the missile maintenance where they assembled the missiles themselves. That was a large hangar. The missiles would be on their sides. The stages would be mated with each other. They would, electronics guidance would be in, and then they would take them out to the actual silo or launch sites, where they, fueled them and fired them. There were, you would guard like a crypto room where cryptographic information came in, particularly at night when nobody was there. They were locked rooms, but they wanted a guard on there. And frankly, we guarded things that didn't need guarding. A lot of these missiles at Vandenberg, a lot of these missiles were set up by the manufacturer. Like Boeing would do the Minuteman, Douglas would do the Thor, and Lockheed would do the Aegina stage. Convair would do the Atlas missiles, and those were the 4 missiles we had. Most of the 3 missiles, the Thor, the Thor, the Atlas, and were obsolete basically, but they were great for launching satellites. And you can get the Thor was a lightweight missile, intermediate range, actually, not ICBM, and it was good for setting spy satellites because they can get them into the low altitude that they wanted, and 150 miles. That's where you took your pictures from. If you had something heavier, you'd put it on an Atlas. The Thor was very similar to the Redstone that they launched Alan Shepard on. It was, just to loop them up into space and come down. But then they moved for the remainder of the flights. They moved to the Atlas missile, which was a 2-stage missile, which was much more powerful and can get the orbits much higher than that. And then later, they did the Titan missile, which was an ICBM, liquid fueled. And the good thing about the Titan is the Atlas missile required pumping in oxygen and hydrogen just prior to launch, which took time. So that if you had to do an immediate launch, you'd have 15, 20 minutes just fueling the missile before you launched it. The Titan fuels were not refrigerated fuels, and that missile could sit in the silo fueled and ready to go and could be launched immediately. So the Titan was an advance over the Atlas, plus it was a much more powerful missile and could carry much larger warheads. We call them re-entry vehicles, but they were basically warheads, the atomic warhead. One thing about Vandenberg Air Force Base is that it was not a primary nuclear base, and the reason was it was too easy to take out. It was right on the ocean. You could drop atomic bomb right in the ocean, right next to it. You just set up a tidal wave or a tsunami, wipe out the base, and the base becomes useless. So it was too easy a target for nuclear. But we were right on the ocean, and we had the Pacific Test Range, And it was a great place to fire missiles down over the ocean, downrange, because they were, like the Minutemen. The Minutemen were all stationed inland, far inland, in Montana, Moffett or Air Force Base or Malmstrom Air Force Base, and spread out quite apart because they were difficult targets that way. They were spread out and they were well inland. Trouble is, you couldn't launch a missile from there because there was always the possibility that missile would land on somebody's cow or even a city, even worse. But we could launch over from Vandenberg Air Force Base, and then we could bring the crew out for the launch, and they can actually launch a missile. But there's other things that could be tested, like the amount of these were solid fuel. Minuteman was solid fuel, and that fuel would sit there for a couple of years. Well, what was the integrity of the fuel after a couple of years? You could test that because all missiles launch are launched on inertial guidance. In other words, once you send them off, they're on their own. The course is set. And the main reason for that is, like, you can send a missile to the moon and you can make mid-course changes, but you don't want to do that because the enemy can make mid-course changes and get your missile off target. So once the missile was programmed to do a certain trajectory, and once it was fired, it was on its own. So if the fuel was not, the integrity of the fuel was degraded, it might not get to the target or as close to the target as you wanted to. So that was one of the things we wanted to test, and also give the crew a chance to fire the missile.
Clearly you are right now displaying extensive knowledge of all of these missile systems in a way that, to me, unless you went back and read a bunch of textbooks before this interview, I think it shows that you were at Vandenberg Air Force Base. But for the hardcore skeptics in the audience, you can provide your DD-414 service records. You can give them to me if possible. You have photos of them and stuff.
I gave it to
Robert Hastings.
Robert Hastings, and that was one thing. He's very, very thorough. When you read his book, each case is well documented, is thorough. When he vets each person that he interviews.
He's extremely thorough.
And so he's extremely.
And he called 3 separate friends of yours, right, to corroborate that you told them the same details that you told him.
His interest was that this is not something I had made up recently when, with all this stuff coming out, and just wanted to get on the bandwagon.
And you've made no money off of this story?
No, I had no intention. In fact, when I wrote, originally, when I did an email to Robert Salas, which was the first one I tried to contact, the reason being is that my experience was 2 years prior to Robert Salas's. When I heard him interviewed, I thought he might be interested.
Well, the really interesting thing is Robert Salas. That's interesting. Did he get back to you, or?
Not right away. He did, and then he didn't follow up. But when I wrote him, I said, I'm not interested in money. I'm not interested in writing a book, but I think there's a relationship between my experience and your experience, in other words.
Well, I want to get into that relationship after we get into the core details of your experience, but I think even more relevant than Bob Salas, who had an extremely interesting experience with 10 missiles shutting down at Malmstrom Air Force Base. He's at Oscar Flight Launch Center underground, and this red glowing object is hovering above ground and seems to correlate with these 10 missiles going offline. Absolutely. Strategic Air Command wrote up a whole write-up saying we're baffled and confused as to this happening around I think the Echo Flight incident, which was 8 days before. Mm-hmm. And then a targeting officer, Bob Jameson, who is a colleague of Salas's, went in to check as to why did these 10 missiles go down.
Is it possible they just malfunctioned?
That doesn't happen. Very rarely does a missile malfunction, and I don't think much more rare would be 2 at the same time, but never 10.
And so you had all this interesting kind of activity going on at Malmstrom Air Force Base, but that was in 1967.
Yeah.
What I find interesting about your experience is that was, what was it, September?
September 64.
1964 at Vandenberg Air Force Base. Did you know that Bob Jacobs who is a photo instrumentation specialist, also stationed there at the same time as you, has
I
an
do
on.
now, but I did not then.
Yeah, you didn't then. So that's amazing, because this guy was basically, they were testing an Atlas missile with a dummy warhead.
Right.
And he was basically stationed at Big Sur. And he was supposed to kind of, telescope the object and photograph it, get video.
They wanted him to film the missile from the side rather than straight on. Because you go to Vandenberg, you're just watching it go straight on. He can watch the projectile from the side.
Major Mansman called and he said, tomorrow morning at 0600, get ready because we're launching an Atlas missile and we want you to photograph that with the big BU telescope. I went, okay. So at 0600, we were up and ready to go, and an Atlas missile popped up through the ground fog that was covering the whole coastline all the way down there. It was beautiful. We took the film back to Vandenberg, where it was processed, and a day later, I got a call from Major Mansman. He said, come up to my office. So I went to his office, and he said there was a movie screen set up and a 16 millimeter projector, and there was Major Mansman, and as I recall, 2 guys in gray suits. On the screen was the film we had shot. We could see clearly on film the nose cones separate, and then we saw the dummy warhead, and suddenly into that frame an object flew in, chasing the warhead and so on at the same speed. It's going between 6,000 and 8,000 miles an hour at that point. And it fired a beam of light at the dummy warhead. The object flew up like this, shot another beam of light at the dummy warhead, went around like this, shot another beam of light at it, went down like this, shot a beam of light like this, and then flew out the same way it had come in. At which time, the dummy warhead did this and fell out of the frame. The lights came on, and Major Mansman said to me, were you guys screwing around up there? And I said, no, sir. And he said, what was that? And I said, it looks like we got a UFO. And he said, Lieutenant Jacobs, you are never to speak of this again. It never happened.
And then these 2 guys in tweed jackets in the back room while he's watching they basically go up to him. They say, you are now sworn to secrecy, and if you say anything about this, you're going to be in real trouble. And then they proceed to, because he tells his story later, they delete his records from the government.
Didn't they delete your records from the government as well? People denied that you worked at Vandenberg. Is that right?
They denied there was ever a Robert Jacobs in the Air Force. And in another inquiry, they denied there was ever a Robert Jacobs at Vandenberg Air Force Base. Then they denied there was ever anybody named Robert Jacobs in charge of the 1369th Photographic Union division that I ran.
And you managed over 100 people, so it's pretty easy for you to corroborate.
Yeah, I had 134 guys working for me, and I had two friends from college who were my commanding people. And I also have something called a DD-14. I have records here. My officer efficiency reports are in there. I can't get rid of stuff. My wife keeps saying, clear that shit out of the file cabinet over there, Bob. I go, no, I might use it. And sure enough, it's turned out to be valuable in defending myself against the infamy of the CIA. But we didn't have a launch on that date. There was no Atlas launch that day. Well, goddamn well there was, because Robert found the files from Vandenberg using that particular launch in detail.
So they did not. They also scrubbed the launch itself from the records.
Correct. Never happened.
Wow. And
it never.
And your mailbox was blown up as well, right?
My wife and I had been out to a movie. We came back from the movie about 10 o'clock at night, and there was a message on my answering machine. And it said, fireworks in your mailbox at night. Oh, what a beautiful sight. You're going down, motherfucker. And my mailbox blew up. I live on a farm. I had a rural mailbox, and so there was an explosion. My mailbox blew up. I took that quite seriously. I bought ammunition for my gun.
And then Florenz Mansman, his major, his superior, eventually is tracked down by, I think, Bob Hastings and some other researchers, and in the 90s admits that he did manage Bob Jacobs. So it's this crazy story, and that happened at the same time you had an experience.
Right. Bob Hastings put me in touch with Bob Jacobs.
As you know, on American Alchemy, we cover a lot of technology that goes beyond human limits. This is about technology that helps the body.
Real quick.
He gave me,
so I hope you love it.
Because it did occur at the same time. So he gave me Bob Jacobs' phone number. I called Bob Jacobs. We discussed this. I had an additional experience when I was at Vandenberg, and I was able to watch a I was able to watch a Atlas launched, and it had gone up. Now I'm underneath the missile at this time at Vandenberg rather than from the side. And I'm watching this missile go in a stage, but before it's staged, that means its first stage dropped off, second stage took off. This yellow orb came over and tracked the missile. It didn't go around it or anything. It tracked it, then it staged, and then it's continued tracking, which meant it wasn't a fuel leak. Besides, if it was a fuel leak, it might have blown up. And I had relayed that, and then Bob Jacobs thought maybe I had witnessed what he had witnessed, but the timing was not right. First of all, he had when he saw the missile launch, he saw it come up through the clouds. Well, this was a cloudless day when I saw what I saw. He saw that experience in September. It was closer to May when I saw this happen. Now, I don't know. I had asked one of the sergeant down on the launch site the next day what happened with that missile, and he just told me if I was wise, I would keep my mouth shut.
Wow.
And I did just that. I kept my mouth shut.
So you had already seen essentially a UFO, which I think at the time they used to call tag-alongs because they would often track missile trajectories.
That's what he did. It stayed right with the missile,
That's amazing. And in 1963, we have another example of an F-8 Atlas missile being tracked by this sort of tag-along, and it's even in the report. And this was, I believe, a month or two before the Bluegill Triple Prime test in, I think, September of 1963.
The sergeant told me if I was wise, I'd keep my mouth shut, and I figured I'm wise. I'm going to keep my mouth shut because I didn't want to get into any of the problems that, I was getting out soon in May. I was going to get out in June. I just wanted to get out and leave it alone.
But that's fascinating because in May of 1964, you see this sort of tag-along UFO.
Yeah.
In September of 1964, Bob Jacobs, unbeknownst to you during this test on video, sees a UFO shoot a dummy nuclear warhead out of the sky.
Right.
And then I want to get to, this is the, kind of the core experience that you had was also in September of 1964.
Right. My core experience was in September, right.
And what happened then?
Well, I was assigned to a Minuteman missile. I was assigned to a Minuteman missile site. And the guard shack is right next to the gate. There's a fence around the missile site. And it's got ATT alarms on it. Do nothing, really. The site itself is well lit. It has like a stadium lighting up there, and it's well lit. And I was on the night shift, so that, and it was foggy, and so that kind of appeared like a dome over me. You could probably see 30, 40 feet from where the guard shack was, and I could see the missile site behind me, but if I looked straight ahead, I just saw a wall of fog. Basically, the sergeant had come and delivered a lunch, which had been 2 o'clock in the morning on average if you're night shift. And so the timing would have been right around 2 o'clock because the sergeant had just left. And so I'm sitting there, and next thing I know, I see this shadow in the fog. I'm looking ahead, and I see the shadow, and I see a man, which appeared to be a man or a humanoid figure, emerge from the fog. And I thought, well, what the heck? Did the sergeant walked back, and is, and that's my first name. Well, the sergeant walked back, and I couldn't figure why. But then the next thing, this figure kept coming towards me. Now it had like a trench coat on.
Really?
Very similar to the raincoats that were issued to the officers, and he had a cap on, which could have. So my next thing, well, I wonder if that's some officer checking up on me. But as it got closer, I realized this was not what it was, and I could feel it in my mind. I mean, it was like it started grabbing hold of me, and I became really frightened. And as it approached me, I tried to pull my pistol. We had 38 police as part of our gear, and I tried to pull my pistol, and my right arm was paralyzed. I couldn't move it. I could move my body, but I couldn't move my arm. And I became more terrified. And it became closer to me. Something, I can't see the face. In my brain, if I try to see this face, I can't see it. It's a blank. But whatever it was terrifying me. And whatever it was had control of at least my right arm. And I was standing just outside the shack, and I backed into the shack, just instinctively, I guess. And I got myself back to the back of the shack, and there was nowhere else to go. And the figure was continued coming towards me. And there was a shelf at the back. There was a telephone on there, and it was just a shelf. And I can remember distinctly pushing my back into that shelf and trying to push the back of the shack out. I was like a rat caught in a trap. And the terror was just, I couldn't describe how, I was just terrified. The next thing I know, I'm out, and I don't know if I passed out or it's just blank at that point. So then I come to, and I'm inside this, it's a circular room. I'm not going to call it craft because I didn't see it from the outside, but I'm in this circular room. And I'm on my knees, and there's about a 2.5, 3 foot circle that's clear. You can see through it. And there's this figure on my right-hand side, and it's communicating with me, don't look at me, don't look over here, just look through the circle. And it's weird because it's not words. You know what it wants. It's like it's very definitely a command, but it's not in words, but you know what, I don't know if other people have this psychic thought process or anything like that. But one thing that it was not words. It was just, I knew I was not to look at him. Just look at this circle. So I'm looking at the circle, and what you see initially is just this gray fog, basically. One thing I noticed at the time is that I would expect a breeze or something cold to be coming through, and it wasn't. It was like there was a barrier, but it wasn't like glass. It was just clear. And all of a sudden, this kind of clears away like clouds splitting, and there's a post about 100 yards down the street on the opposite side of the room. Now I'm on site D5, and this is site D11, which is across the street down there. I was familiar with the site. I knew which one it was. Easily identifiable by the side of the street and the orientation. And it's just getting light, and I can see this truck pull up to the gate, and it had it was a flatbed truck, a long flatbed truck. It had a lot of long pipes on it, and the guard came over to the right side of the truck, and obviously was getting ID or checking with whoever was driving. Went over, opened the gate, let the truck in, and then the clouds closed up. And so I'm still looking through this hole, and it's still just keep looking through the hole. And I kind of raised my eyes to look around without looking over. And there were opposite me about 6, 7 feet away were these 4 figures sitting on a bench. And I could see that the wall of the craft, but I'll call it a craft now, I could see that the bench was just a continuation of the material of whatever the wall was. And whatever lighting was in there, the figures were silhouetted, like the light source was behind or from the wall, but very, very consistent. I mean, there wasn't like bright lights or anything. Effectively, the room was pretty dark. So the figures seemed silhouetted. It appeared to me like a baby. It had a large head and smaller body, disproportionate. The eyes were discernible because they were darker than the skin features or whatever. A lot of people say they were, these creatures or beings, whatever, were some sort of suit or something like that. I couldn't really tell that. Basically a silhouette with just slight features available. And there were two on one side and two on the other side with a space in between that I took to be some sort of door out of this room or something like that. And that's about it. I mean, that's next thing I know, I'm laying on the floor of the guard shack. There's like a little porch right in front of the door to the guard shack, and I'm laying with my feet off the porch on the ground, and this being is sitting on the porch and has my head in its lap. And it's saying to me, it's communicating again. It's communicating, I'm sorry, we didn't mean to scare you. He says, we didn't mean to scare you, but we had to have access to the site. So we needed the intelligence is what I was gathering out of this form of communication, that they were just needed access to the site, and I was in the way. And so I really felt comfortable. Like, I felt like, well, this is okay. He's not going to hurt me, so I was fine, but the other thing was keep my eyes tightly shut. It did not want me to look at it or see it. Keep your eyes shut, and I apologize. I'm sorry that we scared you so much, but we needed to have access, and you were in the way. And he says, no, I'm going to leave, and I want you to just keep your eyes shut. Just, don't get up, don't do anything. Just stay there with your eyes shut. And he left. And I did just what he said. I laid there for maybe 15 minutes with my eyes shut. And I was glad to see him go, frankly. Then I finally got up and looked around. And the sun was it had come over there's a ridge of mountains behind the what we call D sector, probably quarter of a mile back. And the sun was coming up over that ridge. And if you look towards the ocean, you could see the light coming, lighting up the ocean. It was kind of a beautiful sight. And I looked over to my right, and there was a little chipmunk on the ground. And I just felt so much love for that little chipmunk, I felt like I was joined with that chipmunk, one living creature to another. And the little chipmunk kind of just looked back at me and kind of scurried away. About 20, 30 minutes later, the time would be probably around 6:30, 7 o'clock. My relief came. Now, the missiles, 50, 60 yards off the main road, and there's a little road that goes to the missile site. And, my relief came down, relieved me, and then they were all delivered by these Air Force Blue pickup trucks, four-door pickup trucks, basically. And I could have gotten their four-door seat in the back. I could have gotten inside, but I didn't want to. I got in back, and I put my back to the cab of the truck, and I pulled my feet up. And then they went and picked up the other guards, and I was just real quiet. And they were asking me what's wrong, and and I knew something had happened, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Something profound happened, and I was confused, and it was cold because it had been a foggy morning until the sun came up and kind of burned it off. But it was still cold, and I was just trying to what happened, I couldn't figure it out. And by the time I got back to base, well, I couldn't remember anything. Now, I didn't remember this particular thing until 2 weeks later, roughly 2 weeks later. And I was aware that something had happened, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I'd try to put it aside, and it was just something that nagged at me. But then I got up in the morning, or was apparently on the day shift, because it was early morning, and all of a sudden, and I've heard of paralysis sleep where people have these experiences when I wasn't paralyzed. I woke up, and all of a sudden I got flooded with this whole experience that I just told you. And it wasn't a dream. I could tell you, it was so real. I've never had a dream like that before, and I've never had that happen since. It was real, and I knew it was real. And I linked next to some Venetian blinds, and I picked them up and kind of looked out. The sun was shining. And I looked over, and my roommate was asleep, and I kept thinking, God, what's this? I need to tell somebody. This is critical. There's some entities got on my sight. And I got up and I got dressed and was going to breakfast. And I thought, no, this is crazy. I'm not going to tell anybody. They're going to put me in the psych ward. And then it was like I got something in my mind says, no, don't you tell anybody. You keep this to yourself. It's like there was a preset command or something like that. I think it was so vivid that it was kind of released. They wanted a time lapse between the event and the time that it came, that I was aware of the experience. It's almost like that was so vivid that it was okay. Like there was a release of the command not to forget. And so, but now I do.
This episode is sponsored by Z-Biotics. I rarely drink alcohol.
You could support Jesse Michels.
Much to Z-Biotics.
No,
during this episode. Did these beings say who they were?
No. When I had my head in his lap and he was apologizing, he said that they were, they needed to get the information on the site, the data out of the missile. See, in the missile, there's at the top of a Minuteman missile, there's like a donut on a toilet paper roll. There's a room that has the electronics equipment in it. It has a separate access door to it. And inside there are all they were big old computers back in those days. See, when the missile gets the launch command, then that's it. In order to keep somebody from sabotaging it or stopping the launch, everything takes place in that little room. And that's where the crew does the maintenance on the missile and everything like that. There's a door that actually opens into the silo. And so they needed to get in that room and probably to those computers and launched things. That's where I'm thinking that they got their data. That's basically what I'm speculating. But
they used the shack essentially as a point of access for this.
No,
okay.
I was at the shack, and they just needed to need me out of the way, basically. And as he came towards me and I passed out, I was out of the way.
So you were just between him and this electronics room, essentially.
Well, there's a fence with the ADT that I'm in front of the fence.
Got it.
So somehow they got through the ADT and got into the crew access area and down into. I have to assume because I'm passed out at this point, but he did.
Yo, real quick. That jump park is really hard. Holy crap. Hey, don't be about that life if you ain't about that life. Soon you guys will be able to try this yourself. This map will be available for download. Hopefully by the end of this year. But yeah, let's continue with this awesome podcast. This is pretty incredible stuff.
Say or communicate that they needed the data from the missile. So my assumption is they got down to that crew area and got the whatever data they needed.
The first being you see has a trench coat on and looks like this shadowy silhouette.
Yeah. No, I just can't remember its face.
Okay. So kind of hard to just recall. Like
the face terrified me. I know the face terrified me. I can't tell you what it was because I don't think my brain wants to remember, but it terrified me. I don't know if that was big eyes or I have no idea what it was, but it terrified me. I know how terrified it was. You can't dream. I don't think you can dream that kind of terror. It's like a rat that's trapped in a corner by the cat.
But it was wearing human clothing,
it was
a trench coat.
Humanoid. I mean, humanoid, probably 5'10", probably very human.
And the trench coat didn't seem otherworldly.
No,
it seemed
it wasn't otherworldly. That's what made me think it might have been an officer.
Yeah. And so maybe he was kind of in disguise or something.
Yeah. I didn't know what was going on. It just, that was my first impression. But then when my arm was paralyzed and I felt him in control, he had control of me. I say he, but he had control of me. I'm assuming it was, I mean, I'd read it as a male figure because the trench coat, women don't wear trench coats. And originally I thought it was an officer, then it realized it was something else. And then as it moved towards me, it had control of me. And then I passed, I couldn't pull my weapon. Oh, and I tried to scream because I wanted to scream. And all I could get is a little, I couldn't even scream,
Wow.
And then I remember my back pressing into that shelf and then the blank.
Do they look like the typical classic gray alien that?
No, it was more like a baby's head. It didn't have, I don't recall ears. I know there was no hair. You could tell that even in silhouette. I mean, it was a round head with big eyes. That's what.
But gray aliens have large heads proportionate to their body.
Yeah,
These were different in some way.
I think he saw
than the typical gray.
I know what he saw.
Visualize this. The chin was not pointed. You see so many pictures of pointed chin. It looked like a baby's head.
Interesting.
I think he saw an EBIN, what they call an EBIN. I think it stands for extra terrestrial biological entity, EBIN.
And one of the things,
they're not the Grays, but a fool would be mistaken.
Necks were like a baby's neck. You see pictures of the aliens with these thin necks and the big head.
Yeah.
Well, those necks couldn't hold a head that heavy. The necks were proportionate. They were like our necks. They're round enough and strong enough to hold up this big head.
What color was their skin?
Well, to me, it was just all dark. I mean, it was just dark. It was, like I say, a silhouette, maybe dark gray or...
but hard to tell because the lighting was low.
The lighting was obviously backlighting of some sort.
And they're communicating to you, don't look.
No, they're not doing anything.
They're not communicating.
They're watching me.
Okay.
They're just watching me.
So the other figure
the humanoid figure.
The humanoid figure.
That's the one that did all the communication.
Okay. And that one is communicating, don't look, as soon
That's
as...
the one saying, don't look.
That's as soon as you're in the craft. He's saying, don't look, don't look.
Just keep looking through the hole. That's all it was.
You're looking through the hole, but then at some point you see these four...
Well, when they closed up oversight D11, then I raised my eye. I didn't lift my head. I raised my eyes. So my view is, through the top, but I could see towards the wall, and I could see the four figures.
You mentioned being extremely afraid around the original humanoid figure. What did you feel when you're in the presence of these four beings?
I felt very comfortable. I felt everything was okay. I wasn't afraid. I wasn't, just everything was okay. It's almost to the point I'm just curious what's happening. But no fear at that point. The terror had gone away.
Did you ever have the thought, why am I not afraid? Because this is an extremely anomalous experience I'm having.
And I also wondered why I felt so comfortable. I was just comfortable, It's like I was experiencing something like that, but almost like I'm not like I'm viewing myself almost. I mean, I wasn't viewing myself. It was from my own.
Were they making you feel comfortable, do you think? Or obviously this is your interpretation.
They may have, there's a blank period between passing out in the shed and waking, or coming to in the vessel. Now, they could have given me a sedative or used telepathy to make me feel comfortable, because it went from one extreme to comfortable, and then on the guard shack floor to ecstasy. I felt so good sitting, with my head on this lap, like I just felt wonderful. I could, if I were to relate it to something, I'd say, because of my background, it would be a baby suckling at its mother's breast, that just nice and warm and comfortable, and mommy's there and I feel okay, and the world's okay, and the world is good. And then it did say, and then it goes back to your original question, did he say anything else? Yes. Or communicate anything else? Is that they're not going to let it, go to nuclear war. They needed to stop these missiles from launching. They were trying to get the data on how to, that was their task then, and that they weren't going to allow these missiles to be launched. They weren't allowed us to go to nuclear war. In essence, that Earth, was important to them. And then there was another thing, that not every species, there were more than one species, and they weren't all as benevolent as they were, this creature. It's like, and if push came to shove, there could be some real issues over who's going to control, once they stop all the missiles, they're going to take over. The sense I got.
So there are multiple non-human species. This species happens to be sort of
very benevolent,
doing recon on the nuclear codes and how things work, and they're presenting themselves as benevolent. And do you trust, coming away from the experience that they were benevolent?
Yeah, I think I just lucked out.
Did they say which species they came from?
Didn't tell me any of that. It's just basically that the Earth was, the sense was, look, this is a planet that's important to us, and we're not going to let you destroy it. And if push comes to shove, we're going to intervene.
The love that you felt for the chipmunk, was that representative of some larger flooding of love that you felt for all beings?
It was like I had this feeling of ecstasy while I was laying on the lap of the being, and then it just carried over. Once he left, I kept my eyes shut for a while. And then I got up and there's this chipmunk sitting there, and I just felt this connection. I just love that little chipmunk, and I felt connected to it. Like, here's another living being, and we're part of there was no separation. We were in the same, we were just a living beings, and there was something good about that,
I know it was dark, but what did the room look like if you had to describe it? Do you remember the walls?
All I can say is that, the walls were grayish, which silhouette. So there was the lighting in the room. I don't know how much came through the hole in the floor or how much was backlighting on the wall. However, the figures were backlit because they were silhouetted. So it must, the walls must have had some sort of floor or condensance that made them put the figures in this silhouette that I was looking at. I could distinguish the eyes as large, but not all of shape like you see in a lot of the typical pictures. They were just big eyes and dark, darker than, say, the skin or.
Did the room look indistinguishable from something man-made, or did it look?
Oh no, it was man-made.
The room itself looked like it could have been
molded.
Molded.
Yeah, look. If I were to say just one giant piece of plastic, one giant piece of gray plastic.
Well, that doesn't sound man-made to me. I don't think.
No, it is. Well, it might not be.
I mean, there's a difference between artificially constructed by deliberately and man-made, human-made. Are you saying
you're
it was
talking human-made?
Yeah.
it had to be an awfully big mold. I mean, you're talking a room that's maybe 15 feet across. And
why did it look molded?
Because of the bench.
Okay.
The bench that the four entities were sitting on. You could see they were silhouetted. They were very dark, but the wall and the material was grayish. So I could see the material. And also the floor was concave. In other words, they were elevated somewhat above where I was on my knees down there.
Any seams or rivets or... So it was sort of smooth and...
Smooth, even to the point, it looked like I could fall through that hole if I got too close. I mean, it looked like a hole.
Yeah.
But there was just the rim, but there was no, there's not like a seam or anything there. Like it was part of the same material, except it was transparent.
So it sounds like a classic saucer that you hear in other alien abduction stories.
I guess so. At the time, I didn't know what other, especially from the inside,
Yeah. Have you looked into any other stories that sort of align with yours?
It's really hard to find anything that describes the inside. I mean, I hear these bright lights, and these creatures obviously didn't want bright lights. They have big eyes. The room was dark, and you hear people, they wake up in this room, and it's all lit up, and it's bright, and it doesn't seem consistent to me. Because if you're going to have big eyes, you must be dark adapted from wherever you come from.
What time of day was this? You were taken in the morning, is that right? Or?
Okay. It started right after the lunch was delivered, which would put it about 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Okay. When I'm in the morning, when I'm looking through the hole, it's light enough to see what's going on the ground. Like just sunrise, basically. Just kind of like dawn, not well lit, but enough that you can discern. I could see the truck. I could see it was loaded with pipes. I could see the guard walk over to the window. I could see him open the gate and the truck drive in. That was all, but it was like dawn. It wasn't a sunshine lit scene. The sunshine came when I looked and saw the Chickamauga, and the sun was actually coming over that ridge of mountains. And it was kind of pretty because if you look towards the ocean, and then you could see the ocean with a kind of yellow color to it. And it felt so good, I mean, I'm sitting here and everything just felt good.
And so this whole event was morning to like afternoonish?
No, the whole event was say 2 a.m. to...
2 a.m. Okay,
2 a.m. till probably 6 a.m. I'm not sure when sunrise is, but...
Got it.
So there's and that's when Bob Hastings asked me over the original one when he was on George Norrie. When I got cut off, he had asked me about a gap in time, and I had not thought about that gap in time. But between 2 a.m. and the time the entity came to me, and say 5:36 in the morning, there's a gap, and I had never even considered that. And that's when I got caught off because I was just going to say, hey, I had considered that. So there's a gap. Now, what went on in that gap? We're talking, say, 2:30 to 6. That's 3 some odd hours. It's more than what I'm describing to you. So I have no idea what went on.
So maybe some lost time.
It's lost time, definitely. I have my friend Lonnie that is a doctorate in psychology, and I had told her about this 20 some odd years ago. And one of her specialties is regressive hypnosis, but she didn't want to put me through regressive hypnosis because when I was relating, she thought I was so upset. She felt this wasn't her pay grade, to deal with somebody that, she dealt with past lives. She didn't deal with the experiences like I had. When
you are guarding this shack from I'm
not guarding the shack. I'm guarding the missile site. The shack's for shelter.
When you're at the shack and you're guarding the missile site and it's early morning, around the time of, 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., are you generally interacting with anyone else?
No, there's no one there.
Okay.
Guards we were just put out there all by ourselves, and we spent the whole shift by ourselves. We were supposed to, this is probably, we were supposed to make a call when the missile was in the silo. We were supposed
If this works, I'm a genius. I just need a test subject. No, stop. That's the guy I needed.
to make a call every half hour and to command post. But we didn't, because it was just a given. Call me in the morning. And they were supposed to log it. Well, they logged it all night long. They slept. We didn't sleep, I think but we didn't want to get caught sleeping. But if you were in command post, nobody can get into command post without going through knocking on doors and everything like that. So they would take turns sleeping. They would log all the calls, and we would just fool around, and it was boring. You were out there in the middle of the night, and it's dark and or foggy. There's nothing to do. You can't even read, because we sneak books on some of the sites. But you couldn't even, at Minuteman, it was too dark. Even with the bright light, you couldn't, because the light was focused on the silo itself, on the launch complex. And, you have a little light like one of these up here, it's barely lit. And so, basically, we all hated Minuteman. Every one of us hated Minuteman. And, sometimes we had phones, because they would call in we'd had to make the call into, command post, so we'd call each other.
When you're in this room or UFO, saucer, whatever it is, and you're hovering above the base, do you see what they're trying to do or monitor?
No, I don't know why they showed me that. It's just like they could. They were trying to show me I was in a craft, I guess, and that, it'd show me something that I'd be familiar with.
What do you know? What day in September this might have been?
No, I don't. No, because it was 2 weeks later when the full memory came back, and then so I couldn't tell you what particular. I probably could have at the time.
Did you tell anybody at the base?
Oh God, no.
Did you know of any UFO activity at Vandenberg Air Force Base at the time?
Not at the time. No, all the scuttlebutt was, if you went out to D sector, which is 20 miles away from the base, and your scuttlebutt, to scare the new guys, was Bigfoot's out there, and he's going to get you. But there was nothing about UFOs or even talk about it that I know.
Do you ever speculate that the UFO you were in was the same UFO that maybe shot the dummy nuclear warhead out of the sky in Bob Jacobs' case?
They're just too close together. It's September. So this was at night. Bob Jacobs was in the daytime. But I'm sure the activity was coordinated. It could have been the same craft. Could have been, I don't know what their structure is out there, how many of them there are. But
have you seen any UFOs since then, or had any, direct contact experiences?
Not direct contact, but we were on 4th of July, where I live. The house, the park is along a wash, and it's a great place to watch the 4th of July fireworks. And we were sitting there, and this would have been probably in around 2000, in that vicinity. We were out there watching fireworks, and somebody said, what's that bright light up there? And I looked up and I said, I think that's Jupiter. And no, they said, no, Jupiter's over there. And I said, oh, no, it's pretty bright, isn't it? So I had binoculars, and I looked at it with the binoculars, and it was going side to side.
This episode is sponsored by Cove Pure. If you're anything like me, the holidays were kind of brutal, and it's time to reset. Everyone wants to start the new year the same way. New supplements, a new diet, a new workout plan, but they ignore the most basic variable of all, the water they drink. Even mild dehydration hits energy, focus, and metabolism. And when you remember how much garbage is in tap water now, you're starting behind the curve before you even begin. That's why I've been using Cove Pure. It's a countertop water purifier, not a giant clunky tower you hide under the sink. This thing is sleek, compact, and honestly looks like it belongs in a well-funded UFO research lab. Cove Pure's Clearwave technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants in water. That's PFAs, microplastics, pharmaceutical residue.
Pause. Oh my god, it works. Well, I guess I don't really need this. One second.
You couldn't perceive it without the binoculars, but I could see it was side to side. And I handed the binoculars to another guy, and he said, "Look at this. Is that moving?" And he said, "Yeah, it's moving." So then he gave back to me, and it starts into a zigzag. And then it goes into a zigzag. And then it kind of shot off towards the north. And so there was no real interaction. And I said to this friend, I said, "That's a UFO." And so he was kind of skeptical, but I said, "Well, Roger, it's something identified. We don't know what it is, and it's up there in the sky, so it's a UFO. I don't think it's a flying saucer, but it's very unique." That was the only other time something, and there were like 5 of us that witnessed that, but.
Is there anything else worthy of relaying that you haven't told me about the core experience in 1964 in September?
No, because to me, it's 3 segments. It was initially the entity coming out of the fog and the terror I felt inside the craft, we'll call it craft, and then on the floor of the guard shack and waking up and looking at the chipmunk. When it came flashing back, that's when I went back and tried to put the time together, like getting on the truck and knowing why I felt so odd when I got on the truck. Well, it was because I had this experience, but it was fading, and by the time I got back to base, it was gone. It was, although there was this nagging feeling that I knew something had happened, but I couldn't tell you what. It really nagged at me. It was, this uncomfortable feeling. Something happened, but I don't know what.
Did you have any physical marks or chips implanted or anything like that?
I know of. I could tell you and I don't know if it relates or not. I recall at one time, I had it like a sinus deal, and I blew my nose, and a BB came out. There was a little round ball with a flat side on it.
Really?
Yeah. But I didn't correlate that to that experience at all. I didn't connect it.
Well, when was that?
Oh, probably a few years later,
But that's really interesting.
Yeah, it is now that I look back.
A metal BB came out of your nose.
Out of my nose, yeah.
And I believe the nose is one of the most common places that people have sort of implants.
I didn't connect at all. I wondered, I thought maybe, when I was a kid.
Bob Hastings himself, who wrote UFOs and Nukes, is actually a UFO experiencer, and he wrote a book about this called Confessions, and he talks about an implant in his nose and then waking up with blood on his pillow. You did mention after the camping trip in 1988, you waking up with blood on your pillow.
Right.
Did that have to do with anything that possibly was inserted in you? There are implants that have been reported in certain abduction cases.
I was aware of the concept of implants and people finding blood on, their bed clothing and so on and so forth. I never felt the need for whatever reason to, investigate that further, like try to get an x-ray. I mean, if you went to a doctor and said, I think I have an alien implant in my head, would you x-ray me? I just wasn't prepared to go there. So I thought I might have something in my body, but I didn't really think about it. Well, in 2001, I believe it was, I was having breathing problems. I had a deviated septum. So I finally had some nasal surgery. And so I have that done to correct this problem. And I go in for the post-operation meeting with the doctor, and he said, he was like, I would say in his late 60s, early 70s. He was shaking his head literally and figuratively, and he said, I found something in your right nostril that was so hard I almost couldn't break through it. He said it was the damnedest thing, you know, and he was saying, you know, I've done this for many years. I've never seen anything like it or encountered anything like it, whatever words he used. And, you know, I'm kind of rolling my eyes and going, holy crap, I bet I know what it was. But what they do is they have a vacuum wand with a tube attached to a tank. And so they're roto-rootering your nose and getting cartilage out and cleaning up your nasal passages. So whatever was in there, they just sucked out and discarded. You know, to him, it was just some sort of biological anomaly.
So never saved it.
So, you know, it was gone by the time, you know, he told me about that.
I just did, it was quite a few years later. I didn't connect it. I just thought it was, I must have put that in there when I was a kid. It was, the only thing, it wasn't a copper BB. It was like chrome plated or silver.
Did you save it and test it or anything else? Or?
No, because I spit it, you know, into my hand, and then I thought, oh, this must have been there for years, and I threw it away.
Did you ever think, what is this doing up here? Or you just...
Well, I thought I maybe stuck it in when I was a kid. You know, I did. Kids stick things in their ears. I stuck stings in my ears and my nose. So that's what I related it to. But now, later, when they talk about implants, I think, well, it still could have been something I put in my nose when I was a kid, or it could have been an implant. I don't know.
Did you ever do any sort of hypnotic regression or see any sort of psychiatrist about this?
I kind of was hoping Lonnie would want to do it, but she didn't want to do it.
Did you ever think that there was some sort of trickery involved and somebody was messing with your mind?
No, it was too vivid, too real. Nobody could do what was done to me. Nobody could create that kind of terror. Nobody could evoke that kind of love. I mean, nobody could do that. That was supernatural. You know, it was I mean, the terror. Yeah, I was a rat trapped in a box. You know, that was, but the love, nobody could do that.
You mentioned Lonnie, your friend, who has hypnotic regression experience. So you told her about this experience, right? How many people have you told? How many friends have you told?
I told, well, Lonnie was the wife of my best friend, and I told Mike, my best friend. And consequently, he had mentioned something to Lonnie that I gave her the whole story. And then I had told a couple of people that I kind of trusted, that they weren't real close friends, but I had coffee with quite often. And I knew pretty well. I mean, we had a pretty good large group of guys that used to hang out in Starbucks and drink coffee and BS at night.
Did you ever tell anybody who was stationed at the base with you at Vandenberg?
No.
Okay.
I kept my, you know, it was, first of all, it was like, if I wanted to, I don't think I could, because it was like, I was told not to. And not, you know, the beings had conditioned me or hypnotized me or something. I would try to, and then it was don't, you know, like.
It was as if they still had some lingering control over you.
Some control, and you don't say anything. Just keep your mouth shut.
That's really interesting.
Because I tried several times. I wanted to, and I couldn't.
Did you know anything about UFOs at the time prior to the experience?
Well, you know, everybody heard of Barney Hill, and you know, I had no real extensive knowledge of it. It wasn't, I mean, probably I've read stories, but I didn't focus on it or dwell on it, or it wasn't a big deal to me, you know.
Do you think about what happened to you now a lot, and do you think about the implications and meaning of what happened?
All the time.
And what conclusions have you drawn?
Just that they're out there. They're not going to let us go to nuclear war, you know, come hell or high water. And And if they do, then it's their game, not ours anymore. They'll leave us alone. Unless we, this is the sense I got, that they would leave us alone unless we screwed up.
Ooh.
What do you hope to achieve now by relaying your story to me?
Ooh. I want to rewind that.
Or high water, and if they do, then it's their game, not ours anymore. They'll leave us alone unless we. This is the sense I got, that they would leave us alone unless we screwed up.
What do you hope to achieve now by relaying your story to me? Hopefully, hundreds of thousands of people at least get to hear your testimony. What do you hope they take away from it?
Well, it's just one more. Like when I wrote Bob Salazar, I'm not in this for anything. It's just a piece of data that might be interesting to him or anybody else. It just another piece to me is, Robert Hastings' book's got like 169 accounts in it. If he updates it at number 170, this mine's a little more unique because he only has with me 8 cases of the third kind.
Close encounters of the third kind. So actually experiencing beings themselves.
Yeah.
That's right. Only 8 of his, 167 some odd experiencers have had those experiences where they see beings. I do think, though, it's funny, I've had this conversation with Bob Hastings in the past where I say, did you systematically ask all of the whistleblowers who just seen crafts whether they've seen beings themselves? And he said no. And so if 8 people have volunteered that they've seen beings, you have to think that number is actually just much higher.
Yeah, I assume it is. There's lots of people out there who said they've seen. There's always the issue, how I could tell this story, and there's always going to be somebody who's going to want to debunk it. The first thing they're going to say, and has been said to me, well, you have no witnesses. You were out there by yourself, so did you make this story up? Or with George, before George Norrie, you had
Art Bell.
Art Bell, okay. There was somebody that I had called in on Art Bell, and I did get through, and basically he said, well, he would email me. He wanted my email address, and that he would email me. He says, but if I find out you're screwing around or lying, he says, I'm going to make it very tough on you.
Art Bell said this.
Not Art Bell, the guy that he was interviewing.
Ah.
And so we had quite an exchange for a while. I told him that, pretty much the story.
Who was this?
I don't know. I tried to look back over my emails, and I could only go back so far.
Describe him. Maybe I could figure out.
Written, it wasn't Bob Hastings, because I told Bob Hastings about this. And I didn't know Bob Hastings was one I had talked to when I called George Norrie. Except he remembered that he didn't remember my particular talk, but what I had said to him. But he was on George Norrie being interviewed. So,
when was this interview with George Norrie that you called into?
Probably about 7, 8 years ago.
Okay, and so that's live for everyone to.
Yeah, that was live. And the other one was live too.
So, and both are probably out there, so we could probably dig up
I would like it, and Bob Hastings would like me to dig up the first one.
The first one.
Bill, but all I could do is go back over my AOL and see, but they're all erased.
Sure.
I can only go back.
Well, describe the person who Art Bell was interviewing, and maybe I can help you out.
He was very much like Bob Hastings. He had written a book. It was more extensive than just UFOs and nukes, but sounded very credible. And the only thing he said is, we had this exchange through 7 or 8 emails, and he said, well, he couldn't include me in any further books because he couldn't corroborate it.
Corroborate it. Because you didn't have someone else coming out who was witnessing the thing.
But he said, I believe you, but it's not something I could put in my book because I want to everything corroborate.
Well, sounds like a decent researcher. It was the name Lindemann by any chance?
I can't remember.
Or Oxler, or okay.
Yeah. Okay. I can't remember your name half the time.
No, you're good. Well, I think, stories at Vandenberg are so compelling because not only do you have a story happening the same month that was corroborated by Florenz Mansman, who is the major who is in charge and supervising Bob Jacobs, who's a photo instrumentation specialist. So you do have a witness there.
Yeah.
But that happened the same month. And then you also have other stories at Vandenberg. Do you know who Jeff Nuccitelli is by any chance? He's an interesting witness, and he and some colleagues, I believe in the early 2000s, experienced, this UFO.
Between 2003 and 2005, 5 UAP incidents occurred at Vandenberg Air Force Base. The incursions began on October 14th, 2003, when Boeing contractors reported a massive glowing red square silently hovering over 2 missile defense sites. After several minutes, it drifted further east onto the base and vanished over the hills. This event, now known as the Vandenberg Red Square, was referenced by Representative Luna at the first hearing on this topic. Official Air Force records of this event are in possession by Aero and the FBI. Later that night, while I was on duty, security guards at a critical launch site reported a bright, fast-moving object over the ocean. I responded to the incident. Chaos ensued over the radio as the object approached rapidly. I heard my friends screaming, "It's coming right at us, it's coming right for us, and now it's right here." Moments later, I heard them say that it had shot off and was gone. When I arrived on scene, I talked to 5 shaken witnesses who described a massive triangular craft larger than a football field that hovered silently for about 45 seconds over their entry control point before shooting away at impossible speed.
So Vandenberg is definitely a hotspot. It's one of these places like Malmstrom, base in Montana, where throughout the years you have recurring patterns of UFO sightings. So I do think there is some sort of intimate connection there.
Oh, yeah. I think this is an ongoing thing. I think it's going on right now. And I think what my impression was that they're not going to, they're going to be ready to intervene should we go, let those missiles loose. But until then, they're going to stay in the background. Although I'm not sure they're always in the background because there's a lot going on now that makes me wonder if they're orchestrating a lot of this steps towards this disclosure.
Oh, yeah.
You think the beings themselves might be orchestrating disclosure?
Yeah, that's speculation. I don't know.
Well, Richard, thank you so much for doing this. I really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And appreciate your courage and all the incredible detail. And I hope that this again allows other people to come forward as well.
I hope so too, because nothing else. Let's get some people prepared to this ultimate disclosure so that they're think about it, they're ready for it when it comes. And I think there's enough evidence out there, overwhelming evidence. And I think, again, we go back to nukes and UFO nukes, that well-researched evidence and one source. And there's thousands of sources out there. I'm trying to think of Project Blue Book. Who was the doctor?
J. Allen Hynek.
Yeah. He took the evidence, and he a very brilliant man.
Nobody who spends more than 3 days on the UFO topic comes to the conclusion that it's fake. Other than people associated with our nuclear programs or the DOE or the Atomic Energy Commission. So, or the, NDRC or, precursors to, our atomic programs. Yeah. So you have Don Menzel, who's, this kind of deep state spook, friends with Vannevar Bush, held all the clearances in the book. He ran Bureau of Statistics for the U.S. He was dogmatically opposed to UFOs. You have J. Allen Hynek, who was opposed, but then, later retracted all of that stuff and kind of repented for the fact that he was opposed. You have a couple other people in official positions. You got, Edward Condon, who wrote the first, textbook on quantum mechanics in the English language. people don't realize he was supposedly appointed by the Project Blue Book on this independent commission, in Colorado.
Report.
And it was supposed to, the Condon report, and it was supposed to go through all these UFO cases and basically be an independent check against Blue Book's findings. And then you find out that he was, very close friends with Oppenheimer going back to, their studies at Göttingen in Germany in the 1920s. And he wrote the Los Alamos Primer, helped pick Los Alamos as the site for the Manhattan Project. The Los Alamos Primer was something that all employees had to read upon joining the Manhattan Project, and wrote the McMahon Secrecy Act, which is in 1946, basically the precursor to the Atomic Energy Act in 1954, and which is kind of this cloak and dagger way to overlay, atomic secrecy with UFO secrecy. So basically, you spend a few days on this, you become open-minded, or you're dogmatically opposed because you're like some sort of operationalized asset against the thing.
You're protecting your own.
Exactly. And maybe there are a few contemporary examples where I don't want to say they're full bad faith actors, but, it's probably easy to impugn a lot of their motives as well. But anyways, even the latest head of Arrow, our official, again, modern investigation program, which is similar to Blue Book, is probably just this fake hit job on UFOs. There's a guy named Sean Kirkpatrick who, has long ties with the DOE, worked at Oak Ridge, got this award from Brookhaven when he was, a teenager, and, has all sorts of, monetary incentives to say this stuff is fake. So anyways, Richard, I really appreciate you. And, this was a lot of fun, and
it was fun.
Hopefully it shakes the world up.
That was excellent. That was Jesse Michels featuring the testimony of Richard Barth. Folks, we're at the 5-hour mark, and I don't feel like stopping. That was the playlist for today. I think I'll chill on the podcast for a minute. I'm just going to work on this. I kind of had a little idea. I don't know if it's going to suck, but let's try to make it not suck. How about that? No, it's not what it looks like. Just give me a second. I'm trying to see how small I can make a circle, but I don't know. It's gonna look bad no matter what. Yay! See, that looks... What if I put them in here? I messed up. I don't want them in there. Get back over here. I'll probably destroy all this. No lie. Because it looks like garbage already. Looks small. Wait, what? What the hell? Boom, 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 boom. An UFO. Let's see. An UFO. UFO. I need more stairs. I would put some music on. But it's all good. I don't know how long I'm going to be on. Those were some damn good podcasts, though, I'll tell you that. Let's see how thin we can make this. I think. Whoa! Didn't mean to do that. I think we can do... I don't want it to look like a pyramid. Let me do that. I am mixing blocks and cause I'm in Minecraft. Oh, I keep doing that. Let's take these all off. What are we doing? What is this contraption, dude? You don't give an F about nothing. Let's see what happens when we take these off. To build alien, we gotta think alien. You know what I'm saying? Let's not think like Minecrafters. Let's think like magicians. Well, Oh yeah, that looks good. This is looking real good. It's gonna be looking flat. I kind of want to keep that open. Just why not? It's kind of cool. Oh, come on. I think this should be glass, you know? Glass, just a regular piece of glass, which I don't have because you're an idiot. You're a fool. Let's go get a single piece. Man, I should really put on some music, but guess what? I just had people talking in my ear for the last 5 hours. I think some silence is warranted. I know the irony, right? I'm looking for regular ass glass. Regular ass glass. I know I got some in here. I just need one piece. Dang it. Did he say one piece? See, it already looks too big. It looks out of place. I'm gonna delete it. But I'm gonna finish it. But I'm gonna delete it. It's not so good. Phil. Not fail. That looks pretty cool. Better than that stupid tree we had here for 15 years. It looks a little more UFO. Dude, it looks really ominous, like hovering over the dog. It looks wild. It looks a little more UFO though. Why? No more messing around. Continues to mess around. No. Nope. I don't think this is going to work. Doom, doom, doo, 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 doo. T square. Interesting. We're gonna make this sick. Yeah. Come back. Yeah, that's the stuff. Yeah. That's better. It's too small. That's what she said. But really though, I'll probably have to move it. I like the idea. It looks cool. It looks really cool. Damn, that's sick. I think the design needs a little work. I mean, it looks kind of cool. Looks more like a Minecraft UFO. What's up with this, though? What are we doing here? Is this what we're deciding on? Because I think we can do better. Nope. I said better. And I'm out of stairs. Gosh dang it. He made 8, even though he only needed 4. What if we did? Ooh. Close but no cigar. What am I doing? No. 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 This is so weird and awkward and weird. Just freaking weird. Awkward. Oh, I only have one stair. No. No. Why were there two Endermen? Oh my gosh. They're like, you rang? What up, dogs? That's a little bit better, honestly. I don't know if I'm going to keep it. I like the idea, I just want to move it. It doesn't really fit there. It's in a weird spot. But we could move it. We could make it better. These guys are freaking... What are you doing, dude? That's it. Why steal my blocks, yo? Stop stealing my blocks. You know why I don't like it? It's because there's not too many good angles for it. I mean, from here it looks okay. It's supposed to be more like a table. Not necessarily an UFO, but more like a station. Like I said, I think it'd be cool somewhere else. It's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but alright, guys, I had a wonderful stream. We learned lots. We heard lots of stuff. A lot of things to process. Don't be scared, guys. Be positive. We're going to get through this together. I'm excited for the future. Fear not. Everyone fears the unknown. It's natural. But you're a rock star. Alright guys, I'm out of here. Dude, I'm glad I completed this course once today. I'm going to give it one crack before I head out. This is what dreams are made of. Nothing about this is easy. We try, we fail, we try again. This jump, hardest jump ever constructed. If you can make that jump, you're the man. If you could do it in the first try, you're a crazy, crazy person. Because you got to do it twice. 2 impossible jumps back to back. If this was real Nintendo, I'd have 3 hearts. There's ways to do it. The first try. You just got... Oh, dude. Well, that was it. That was my try. Alright, guys. GG. One day you'll get to play this and you can be like, what the hell, dude? Why is it so hard? You know why? Because life's not hard. Mega Man's hard. The easiest thing in life is giving up. See you guys. Take care.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of memes and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Poe Zone.